For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404 612 8232.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the July 12th meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. I'm Rob Pitts. I chair the Board of Commissioners. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. It's 10:27 a.m.
Let us pray. Almighty and merciful God, we give you thanks for this day, for your grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon your people who are gathered. Give them your comfort and your strength. We give honor now and celebrate. We send condolences to the family of Judge Marvin Arrington Sr., to his friends, his families, his colleagues of past. We thank you for his service to Atlanta, to Fulton County, and to the world. We pray now again for the life for Dr. Christine King Ferris. Bless her family. Give them your comfort and your strength. Bless now our commissioners. Give them your courage, your power, and your wisdom. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 230436, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda? Now to entertain a motion to approve. A motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, regular meeting agenda, 230449, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, there are items to be revised on today's regular meeting agenda. First, we have an item to be removed. On page 9, 230461, request approval to increase spending authority to provide substance use disorder monitoring services. This item was to be removed from today's agenda and to be heard at a later meeting. Items to be revised, on page 8, 230158, Human Resource Management. This item was revised to amend the requested action and to add the service agreement. Request approval of an agreement with care.com in an amount not to exceed $632,000 to implement the proposed plan design to extend a child care dependent care benefit to eligible employees. On page 10, 230431, item revised to include an amended resolution sponsored by Commissioner Hall. Request approval of an ordinance to amend Fulton County Code of Resolutions relating to budgetary controls to provide for the inclusion of paid interns as a permissible use of commissioners' budgets. And also on page 10, Commissioner's item, 230465, item has been revised to include an amended resolution and associated contract. This requests approval of a resolution amending Resolution 220546 to authorize the donation of $500,000 to the Atlanta Technical College Foundation instead of the Atlanta Technical College.
Anything else?
That's all
All right,
I
there's a
have.
motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 230450, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, June 7th, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, June 21st, and special call meeting post-agenda minutes, June 21st, 2023.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230451, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Dr. Joseph Henry Beasley Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Okay, it's 10:32, Commissioners. We have a rather extensive agenda here, and after this meeting, we'll adjourn this meeting and immediately convene the follow-up work session meeting. So I'd like to keep us on schedule. Got to make up 30 minutes, which I know we can do, and I'd like to convene the second meeting today no later than 2:45.
It is certainly an honor to be able to present this proclamation today to Dr. Joseph Beasley. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Dr. Joseph Henry Beasley was born to sharecroppers on a rural plantation in Inman, Georgia on December 27, 1936, and received his primary education in a segregated one-room schoolhouse. And whereas Dr. Beasley's family relocated to Cincinnati, Ohio, where he excelled in the local public schools, he later earned his Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice from Park College and attended graduate school at Clark Atlanta University. And whereas Dr. Beasley was the Southern Regional Director of the National Rainbow Push Coalition, founded by the Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., and president of African Ascension, an organization he formed to develop economic and political ties throughout Africa and the African diaspora. And whereas Dr. Beasley served as a board member for the Center for Constitutional Rights in New York City, Afronet in Lusaka, Zambia, Afrobras in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Christ Institute in Atlanta, and is chairman of both the Benedita da Silva International Foundation and the Asian American Center, both in Atlanta, Georgia, and serves on the board of the African Leadership magazine. And whereas Dr. Beasley has received many awards and recognitions for his humanitarian work, including an honorary doctorate degree, and features in the New York Times, Boston Globe, Los Angeles Times, and numerous other publications and major television networks. The library at Zumbi dos Palmar College in Sao Paulo, Brazil, is also named in his honor. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Dr. Joseph Henry Beasley for his tireless work as a human rights activist and does hereby proclaim today, Wednesday, July 12, 2023, as Dr. Joseph Henry Beasley Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Let's give him a big round of applause. I understand Dr. Beasley couldn't be with us today. He was feeling a little under the weather. But is there someone that wants to accept this on his behalf or speak on his behalf?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, please give one more round of applause for Dr. Beasley. I'm going to be real brief because at least two more people want to say something. We'll be really brief. But for housekeeping purposes, Dr. Beasley lives one block up. A group of us are going to walk this proclamation up. He was set to be here today. He has been under the weather for a couple of years now. But Dr. Beasley is a giant. I mean, if you know this gentleman, he literally brings the world right here in the heart of Atlanta, right here in the heart of Fulton County. How does he do that? Dignitaries and leaders from all over the world convene at that awesome condo that is like a museum if you've ever been there. So please, just one more time for Dr. Beasley.
You know, I just want to quickly, briefly give some more context to Dr. Beasley. Dr. Beasley is one of those gentlemen who met with Nelson Mandela when he was in prison. Come on, brother. And when Nelson Mandela was freed, they brought him here to Atlanta, he and others, organized a presidential campaign, and then went back to South Africa to organize a voter registration drive in South Africa. Hence, we all know the history that the ANC became a global body and Mandela won the election and ended a step forward to the modern day of ending apartheid. That vision of that time is still living today. As mentioned in the proclamation, the Das Palmar University in Brazil was established for the African Brazilians who did not have access to education. And this is something that Dr. Beasley led. He and others, and a group of us, went to the Vatican to meet with the Pope of Rome to discuss Haiti and the land that Catholic Church owns in Haiti today. And Dr. Beasley, who is so gracious, was able to bring forth a conversation about the doctrine of discovery that is yet to be dealt with. And that's been one of his missions. I've had the fortune to work with him, travel around the world with him, be a part of the foundation, part of his work. And I just want to say again, this is a very, very beautiful moment that the county that he lives in, reside in, has been a diligent worker in, has been on the opposite side, on both sides in many situations, and he is being recognized. So to the commission, to Brother Barrington Arrington, to all of you all, we're so grateful that you all acknowledge this. Thanks again.
Very, very briefly, I just want to say I'm very proud and very excited that y'all are recognizing my mentor. Joe Beasley's been my mentor for well over 10 years. He taught me how to negotiate with power. I remember during the Occupy movement when we were running around beefing with police, Joe said, y'all fighting the wrong ones. You're fighting the wrong institution. And instead of shaking his finger, Joe brought Reverend Jackson down, Jesse Jackson, and 50 pastors, and he said, Tim, I want you to get all the leaders and bring them down to SunTrust. And he marched us inside, and we did a sit-in, and he was able to negotiate a major victory around, economic reparations that were needed to be paid to low-income folks who have been ripped off by SunTrust. And that changed the course of that movement. Without that, we wouldn't have had Housing Justice League, because Joe taught me how to go to the root of the problem, and he also taught me how to, think globally about the issues that we're fighting here. So I am really excited to stand here in honor of my mentor and the person that I stand on the shoulders of, and I'm really excited to walk this over with y'all. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to get a group photo.
The last proclamation is recognizing Muslim American Heritage Month, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Can we get all supporters, members of the Muslim community, all our imams, all of our business owners, all of our doctors, our lawyers, our community organizations, our supporters, our friends, even the friends of the Muslims, would you please join us? Bishop Fan and others, all of the clergy that's here, please join us. This is a great and momentous occasion, whereas Fulton County is taking the lead and has, with the interaction of me and the Voices of Muslims, to show appreciation for the Islamic community and the contributions that the Islamic community has made. And so as we wait for my imam, Imam Furqan, if you could come on the other side, today is a great, great day because you see many faces of diversity as I stand here. You see Muslims and Christians that understand that we should run all in a race to all that is good for the community.
Amen.
And so it is with great, immense pride that I ask Brother Marcus, can you stand with us as well, brother? You've done so much work in the community with the Muslims and the non-Muslims. And please stand with us as well. I would be so honored. And brother, I'm sorry, I can't think of your name. It charges to my head and not my heart. Tim, I'm sorry, Tim. If you could come stand with us as well. And if it's anybody else that feels the need, because this is about unity in the community today. It's not about Commissioner Khadija. It's about people working together to all that is good. It is with immense pride that this proclamation, whereas Muslims make up 25% of the global population and Islam in the world's fastest growing religion, and whereas Muslims around the world and in the United States specifically constitute a racially and culturally diverse group that is bound together by a shared belief in diversity as strength and unity as power, and whereas Muslim Americans have contributed to every part of the economy, culture, education, and identity of Georgia and the United States in making advancements in architect, the arts, business, culture, diplomacy, government, law, medicine, the armed forces, and national security, religion, and sports. And whereas there's a need for public education, awareness, discourse, and policies that are culturally competent when describing, discussing, or addressing the impacts of being Muslim American. And whereas the General Assembly of Georgia has implemented House Bill 360 relating to holidays and observances of Muslim Americans in Georgia, and has designated the month of July in each year as Muslim American Heritage Month in the state of Georgia. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the contributions of Muslim Americans and encourages all citizens to participate in appropriate ceremonies, programs, and activities that commemorate and honor the contributions of Muslim Americans, and does hereby proclaim the month of July 2023 as Muslim American Heritage Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And this is a complete proclamation signed on by all of the commissioners standing here that I take immense pride in being able to announce that. Would you please put your hands together? I've got some brief remarks. I'm going to turn the mic over to Voices of Muslim, Brother Donald. And I'm sorry, brother, I always do talk to you by your nickname, so I don't want to do a service.
Don.
So I want you to, Don, just make
All right.
sure that you recognize that and tell everybody who you are.
All right. Assalamu alaikum. That means peace be unto you, to everybody that may not know. My name is Don. I want to just say real quick to Brother Raheem, thank you very much for being able to put all of this together. I'm one of the executive members with Voices of Muslims. I joined mid last year with them. They're doing great work. We're doing great work and bringing Muslim American Heritage Month to you guys. We have a 30-city tour, 4 counties. Fulton County, we're really appreciative of you guys taking the lead to bring this to fruition, and we're looking forward to working with you guys more so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and Tanjina is one of our other core members. Without her hard work, I want to give her a shout out too, so thank you.
And for those of you that want to know, Tangina is usually dressed like this, and I'm usually dressed like her. So she didn't get the memo last night. But that's my sister, and I love her dearly. Brother Imam Pleeman, please, a few words as we close.
Yes, we'd like to also thank the Fulton County Commissioners for making this proclamation, and special thanks to our Commissioner Khadija Abdul-Rahman for all that hard work that she has done to make this possible, and as she does every day here in these chambers. As you see, we are very, very diverse. There are 2 billion Muslims throughout the world, probably 12 million here in the United States, 200,000 here in Georgia, and a good number of that 200,000, probably the majority, live in Fulton County. And the Pew study says that 79% of Muslims vote. So, but also, there's a good number of us like myself who were born and raised, and like Khadija, born and raised here in Fulton County, here in Atlanta, and we just thank you all, and we take great pleasure in this proclamation also coinciding with the day of dedicated for Joe Beasley, who's a hero to all of us.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
And on that note, unless any of my colleagues would like to say anything, we're going to take the photo.
Commissioners. All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 7, public hearings, 230452, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 6 speaker cards. Would all 6 speakers please come forward? Greg Phan, Julie Allen, Julian Benning, Paul Hershey, Desiree Thomas, and Richard Rose.
All right, speakers, when you have 15 seconds left of the 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that's your key to conclude your remarks. Good morning, Bishop.
Good morning, Commissioner Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Greg Phan. Hey, Dick, how you doing? I'm here today representing the South Fulton Ministerial Alliance and coming to express our condolences to Commissioner Arrington for the loss of his father. We know that earth has no sorrow, that heaven cannot heal. And we love you, brother, and we're here to support you. I also want to talk about agenda item 2230431. You know, I'm an employee fighter. I fight for employees. I know y'all haven't seen me in a while, but I'm back, Dick. I'm back. I want to tell you that you guys, this issue is dear to my heart because young people need an opportunity to learn how government works. And the biggest place that they can learn is from those of you who are elected officials, because these will be our future elected officials. So I'm asking you if you would support this agenda item. And I've already talked to Sharon, and Sharon and I, we're going to have a little meeting to talk about how we can do it in a global way and bring it forth to you guys in terms of how we can help our young people globally as we deal with these interns. Thank you so very much. Oh, Bob, it's good seeing you too. And you guys, as always, God bless you, God bless your family, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm Julie Allen, Dana Barrett's District 3 constituent, notably mentioned in her most recent podcast. Let's see if Commissioner Arrington, if you can make it through public comment today without abandoning us. My concerns are with the millage rate proposed on today's agenda. As an engaged constituent, I support Commissioner Barrett's concerns that residential taxpayers are taxed excessively due to the disparity in assessed valuations for commercial real estate. I'm also here to remind you that free and fair elections should be a bipartisan concern, and that this board's willingness to engage in litigation over the interpretation of the word shall in County Ordinance Section 1433 is wasteful. Making it easy to vote and harder to cheat isn't Jim Crow, it's common sense. Why did you refuse to appoint Jason Frazier, who, according to his March 16th report to the Board of Registrations and Elections, saved Fulton County money as a volunteer, reporting 20,000 duplicate registrations for which the county is required to have a ballot marking device for every 250 people on the voter rolls? What is the cost of Fulton County for each duplicate voter? I'm here also to remind you that the use of taxpayer funds by the Board of Registrations and Elections to pay criminal attorneys to halt a motion to unseal and inspect absentee ballots previously ordered by Judge Brian Amaro was wasteful. I must also ask you, if we don't have money and need a millage rate increase, why did you wastefully fund $250,000 to study reparations? Lastly, I want to commend Representative Misha Maynard to you. Far too long, the Democrat Party has gotten away with using and abusing the Black community. Her courage to support educational freedom from underperforming schools for her constituents and refusal to support her party's efforts to defund police make her a catalyst for real effective change needed and justify her decision to walk away from the harassment of private school educated white male Democrats like Josh McLaurin, who demand party loyalty over conscience. The Democrat Party left her and all of us when it embraced left-wing radicalism. Fulton Strong is not Fulton divided.
Good morning, Commissioners. Julian Bennett. I'm here to speak about Resolution 230464, Commercial Property Appraisal. We're losing hundreds of millions a year through underappraisal of these trophy properties, not tens of millions as stated in the resolution. And it is time that this commission got urgent about getting the Board of Assessors to fix this problem. It's not a state revenue law problem fundamentally. Revenue law in white prestige buildings like 725 Ponce, 1180 Peachtree, and 170 17th Street sell for hundreds of millions more than their appraisals. We who want action support an independent deep dive into examples of these big valuation misses to learn what happened. That would be constructive. But the solution eventually is clear. The Board of Assessors need to hire independent appraisers who are expert in trophy property valuation and a seasoned outside real estate tax attorney to win the appeals. To fund that team, the county may need to allocate a slightly bigger budget to the assessors. It would be the highest return investment that you could make. Your constituents deserve fairness. Commercial property paying tax on an average 53% of market value is not fair. It starves our schools, It stars affordable housing initiatives and other priorities. Please, let's fix this. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners, and I'd like to offer my condolences to Commissioner Arrington on the loss of your father. Those are tough. I'm here to speak today, and thank you, Commissioner Pitts, for recognizing me on the floor today. As a recognized member of the floor, I'd like to make a motion from the floor to produce the memorandum or the motion that was authenticated to extend Mike Wingate on the Board of Elections. And if that is an automatic extension, that's not following Robert's Rules of Order. So I would like to see that motion that he was seated and authenticated as an additional term or an interim term or an intermediary term prior to the filing of the lawsuit. And when you look at the lawsuit, there was no seat to fill. So where's the motion? Why wasn't it public? Why did two commissioners on your committee have no knowledge of that being done? And I'd like the county attorney to look into that, because obviously there was a meeting somewhere and violated the sunshine rule. And as a member, I would like that motion authenticated, and hopefully somebody will second it. And then I just heard a second. So the bottom line is I want to see that motion. And it's required under Robert's Rules of Order. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Desiree Thomas, and I'm a resident of the 6th District, and I'm also the local campaign manager at the Amplify Georgia Collaborative, which is a reproductive justice organization that's based here in Atlanta. I'm here today to ask Fulton County to match or exceed the donation that the City of Atlanta has just made to ARC Southeast, Access Reproductive Care Southeast, which is Georgia's only abortion fund. Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade last year, ARC has distributed $421,000 to 1,240 Georgians who are seeking abortion care. The total cost of the request was over $1.5 million, though, so I'm sure y'all can do that math and fill that gap. And so that is over a $1 million gap. I'm asking the commission to meet or exceed the donation that the City of Atlanta made of $300,000 to ARC Southeast. I've emailed all of your offices to try to set up time to talk about why this is important, and I would love if y'all could follow up. I will send those emails out again this afternoon, so be on the lookout for that. It's important to fund abortion. Since Roe versus Wade, the Georgia 6-week abortion ban has gone into effect, meaning that people who need abortion care in Georgia have to go as far as Maryland, D.C., Illinois, New York to access abortion care. All of the surrounding states around us have just passed abortion bans as well, ranging from 6 weeks to 12 weeks. And so that means that people are having to go further, spend more money, get longer child care, take more time off of work to get the care that they need. And so that's super messed up, and I know that you all know that and can feel that, especially those of you who know somebody who's had an abortion. All of us love someone who's had an abortion. And so I just really want to encourage the Fulton County to do that. In some of the conversations that I've had with you about that, there's been conversations about there being, the funding being restricted to Fulton County residents. And I would love to talk to you about why that isn't
15
feasible.
seconds.
And so, yeah, be on the lookout for those emails. I would love to have these conversations with you about abortion funding. And the City of Atlanta is challenging y'all to make that donation. And so I know y'all don't want to look like y'all ain't standing up like Atlanta. So thank y'all.
Good morning. I'm Richard Rose. Appreciate this opportunity to speak to the commission. To Marvin Jr., condolences for the loss of your father. I wish it were true that racism is a problem of the past. I wish it were true that racist laws, racist policies, and racist practices have not created an underclass of citizens based on race. I wish it were true that government, federal government, state government, Fulton County government would be free from racism. I wish. As we recited the Pledge of Allegiance, I was reminded that in 2023, 158 years since the end of our Civil War, there is still considerable support in and out of government for the flag of the defeated Confederate States of America. This is duplicity at best. They claim allegiance to the flag, the American flag, but honor the principles of white supremacy that was the cornerstone of the Confederacy. This duplicity is promoted by Brian Kemp and the Republican-led Georgia legislature and should be recognized. Let us be reminded that intentionality is required to counter the effects of over 400 years of racial oppression at every opportunity. I urge this commission to take every opportunity to counter oppression as you deliberate, and I applaud your refusal to appoint the voting rights terrorists to the Fulton County Election Board. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have one speaker on Zoom.
All right, we're doing great. Come on. Speaker?
The first person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Muldowney, District 2 resident. I'm sure you all agree that most of your constituents are facing tough economic times. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Housing for many has become unaffordable. This is hardly the time to raise the millage rate on top of the increase in appraised value that we will be subject to. A cursory glance at today's agenda reveals many requests that read, request for approval to increase spending authority. In these tough times, Fulton needs to become more efficient in delivering essential services. Point in fact, the department I have some familiarity with, the elections department spends more than 4 times per voter what neighboring Cobb County spends. There is also a request to spend another $210,000 to study reparations that automatically renews in 2024. This is to study the best way to pay folks that were never enslaved, money from folks that were never slave owners. More and more pork barrel spending. When the millage rate came up last year, Commissioner Hall, I believe you said, I just can't see us increasing a millage rate on our residents. Nothing has changed. Inflation is a heavy burden, and we need efficiencies. We don't need to keep feeding the beast. Commissioner Arrington, your proposed agenda item 230462 seems to clarify nothing but the board's ability to reject a screened and qualified candidate for no defined reason. We have such a candidate that is a Fulton resident and is not running for office. He conforms to the criteria and should be approved for the BRE. Thank you very much.
We do have one additional speaker, and that is Ben Howard.
Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Prior to leaving for their vacation, Senior Services Management could have arranged to have the agenda for tomorrow's July 13th meeting of the Commission on Elder Affairs posted to replace the June meeting agenda, which is still online. And why does, quote, senior services update, unquote, continue to be a one-liner on the agenda with its myriad aspects instead of having descriptive bullets as in Section 8 of the agenda, committee reports? And riddle me this, the Fulton County Housing Authority has 2 attorneys, 2 on its board of directors, attorneys who fall under the aegis of the Georgia Bar Association and who each took an oath to abide by and uphold Georgia state law, which includes the Georgia Open Meetings Act, and yet our county housing authority does not post its agendas or its meeting schedule for the year, and brazenly does not post its legally mandated summary minutes each month. Riddle me that.
And this concludes our Zoom public comments.
No further speakers.
No further speakers. You're doing great. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 7, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 230453, presentation of the Fulton County operational report.
Oh, by the way, for those of you who are interested, Homeboy is in the first set in the Wimbledon, and we're going to keep us updated. That's Commissioner Thorne and Coach Thorne. All of us who play ball, we always refer to the coach's wife as Coach as well. So her, you may not know this, her husband, Coach, Brother Eubanks at Georgia Tech. Continue. We'll keep you posted. Uh-oh, wait a minute. We lost the first set, 6-4, up 4-1 in the second set. All right. You ought to be there, Commissioner. So anyway, all right, continue, please. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Our operational report has been forwarded to you. A couple of 3 highlights. You'll notice in the ORCA section, we are now past 107,000 cases being disposed. So that continued work is important and accelerating. The scorecard for the justice system does show an 8-day increase in average length of stay to 77 days. And of course, you know that's a significant driver of the jail population, and as well the felony cases inside the jail on 57% being cleared in 365 days also represents a decline in performance. The jail population at 3596 is 100 worse in the last reporting period, last week or so. So there's plenty of challenges with 33% of the detainees unindicted at this point. The jail bridging plan is underway. It's delayed until mid to late July due to still negotiations with NAFCARE on providing health care support at the Union City facility, and Alton Adams will describe or will discuss some of these in more detail. We've had a couple of challenges over the July 4th holiday, one that, or both I think you're aware of. One is at the fire at the Cleveland Library with extensive damage. I did visit there, and we'll ask Joe to provide a report on that, but we're going to be reassigning that staff for a period of time and also assessing the impact to not only the building but the books themselves. Also, the disruption at Big Creek Water Reclamation Facility, as you are well aware of, resulted in E. coli increases into the Chattahoochee River. It was a very difficult problem to solve, starting with thinking that it was just a pipe, that is the normal case, and finding out ultimately it was a disruption to the biological process. The good news is that David Clark will mention this morning is effectively we're back at normalized levels. So a lot of hard work, and again, thanks to that group over the holiday weekend and staying on top of that. We'll continue to monitor it, and he'll again discuss the details of what we did. And then lastly, we had the really great pleasure to participate in something that the chairman drove with the Atlanta Regional Commission holding a healthcare summit. We were one of the primary speakers there with Dr. Rochelle presenting our study that was done with Morehouse and E&Y and how that has led to a conversation region-wide on health equity gaps. So again, very pleased to report that to you, and she'll discuss that as well as these other 2 items in more details. The ARPA financials, which we always include, are in good shape. We do want to report to you that we received $5 million in reimbursement from FEMA, so that's good news, narrowing that gap of everything that we've submitted now to about $11 million still outstanding. The general financials, as you can tell, are in good shape, of course, still with a 14% vacancy rate and difficulty in filling positions. So the good news on that side of the equation is it generates salary underruns. The bad news is still dealing with, I think, salaries and inflation rate impacts. We will recommend today, as you see on the agenda, a millage rate of 9.3724, which is consistent with the budget assumptions originally adopted. And I think with the increase in the growth rate, which is a good news story that will allow us to accommodate the jail bridging cost already considered and being planned for. In the retreat this afternoon that the chairman noted, we will bring back a deeper dive on the primary methods for jail financing. I think they're becoming more and more obvious. We had a meeting yesterday afternoon with Commissioner Barrett, and I think she was right on point that as we continue down this path, it's becoming, again, more obvious that a geo bond is not the route to go, but there's still some nuances with P3 and a third-party issuer. And then, of course, being able to layer in a sales tax is the thing that would be most beneficial, and we are doing further work on that. And had a very good meeting with ACCG staff on others that are as well looking at sales taxes to finance facilities. The big news, I think, from the retreat, and Mr. Chairman, if we end up running short on time, the retreat could be reduced, or you could simply take this material under advisement, is great work, I think, by Sharon, Hakeem, and Sabrina and the finance staff to really chart out over a 5-year period what I think is a manageable millage rate. As you know, it's been extraordinarily daunting at times to look at what the millage rate impacts would be, but with a more conservative finance view, the increase in the base this year, and some modest expense controls, I think we would be in the, again, mid-10s at a flat rate from 9.37 and be able to absorb these costs. So if we can layer in sales tax on top of that, then even better, but that's again, the good news from the work that's been done. So with that all said, Mr. Chairman, we're ready to move into this, starting with Mr. Adams, and we'll stop at the end of each section with any questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Adams?
Hi, good morning. Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioners. I am going to go through the presentation rather quickly and stop for any questions. I know that you've received it previously. First page, as County Manager Anderson indicated, we did pass the 100,000 cases disposed of a couple weeks ago. We have an additional 40,000 cases remaining to be disposed between now and October of 2024. Next slide shows the trend over the last 3 months. It also shows a breakdown of the disposition by the various agencies. The next slide talks specifically to what happened in the last month and the progress towards the plan by agency. For the most part, each one of the agencies continues to make progress. The Solicitor General, I will point out that their numbers tend to go up and down based on the number of diversion programs they launch in a particular month. Last month was a particularly aggressive month in that regard. And I'd also like to point out that they had the largest variance to plan in terms of their cases. So overall, we continue to be positive to the Plan 37 cases to the good in terms of what one would expect using the straight line forecast that we put together. This slide shows the hiring plan. As you can see, we still have a number of vacant positions, and the right-hand column shows the actual number of positions that were filled or the number of individuals who may have left over the last month or so. For the most part, no big surprises here. The district attorney did have some attrition, but for the most part, we continue to kind of hire 2 people at a time, and we lose 1 person, but for the most part, I think we're holding steady in terms of the number of individuals that we have in the organization. One of the things that is happening, which is actually very positive, I had a discussion with the public defender, and he indicated that some of the individuals, in fact 9 individuals that had been hired as part of the ORCA program, had now moved over and taken permanent positions, permanent vacancies in the public defender's organization, which is a very, very positive thing. We always felt that ORCA could be a good way of helping us deal with attrition as we move forward through the program. Next slide, please. This is the Justice System Scorecard. As County Manager Anderson indicated, a couple of things that I'd like to point out. One is we did have an increase in the average length of stay. That's caused by a number of things. But here again, that is something that we monitor very closely, and certainly we aspire to be a lot closer to 30 days than we are with our 77-day number today. These numbers will jump around from month to month based on anything from including bookings
and the pace of court cases and the like, but certainly something that, that moved to the negative in the last month. We did see an improvement in the clearance rate for felony criminal cases. That was actually 100% in June, which means that the cases, that we had the same number of cases disposed of that came in. Very positive development in that regard. We had a bit of an improvement in terms of individuals indicted without other charges. It's at 33%. It was at 36% a couple of months ago, so that continues to move in the right direction. Next slide, please. As the county manager indicated, we seem to have plateaued somewhere between 3,500 and 3,600 individuals in the Fulton County Jail. We did have an increase in the number. Excuse me. We did have an increase in the number, in part due to the net increase in terms of bookings in that particular period in time. As you can see from the breakdown, we continue to have some increases in terms of the number of individuals housed at ACDC, and this just gives you a sense for where the individuals that we have in the system are housed. As Mr. Anderson indicated, we will in fact be opening up Union City, so beginning next month, we'll be able to indicate to you how many individuals we have at the South Annex as well. Next slide, please. This just gives you a breakdown of that on a table form. Same information, but just perhaps easier to digest if you want to look at the trend. The next slide talks specifically to an analysis of the unindicted individuals, indicted individuals in the Fulton County Jail system. And as you can see, as we sit here today, 33% of the individuals are unindicted. We have a number of those who are unindicted with holes and the like. But here again, the target for that pre-COVID number was closer to 10%, something we aspire to. We are moving in the right direction, down from 36% 2 months ago. Next slide, please. This gives you a sense for some of the initiatives and their progress that are designed specifically to deal with the jail population. And we have 8 major priorities, focuses. I won't go into detail on any of them. The 2 that I would point out, one is we are launching a weekend court, officially a trial, a weekend court officially this weekend. It's the first time that we have done that, and it's really designed here again to add additional capacity to the system. Judge McBurney has volunteered to be the judge for this week. As he pointed out in a meeting yesterday, he's not volunteering to be the judge for every weekend, but he is in fact participating in this pilot. If it in fact works, it will give us the ability for the first time to really dispose of cases during the weekend, and here again, add additional to capacity. Here again, impact positively the average length of stay if we're in fact able to scale this and continue to make it work. The bench is voting on the competency court next week. They have in fact, their committee has looked at what's going on in Savannah with their competency court. Given the number of individuals who we know have and struggle with mental health issues in our jail, we think this is a very, very important step, and we really represent a best practice, certainly in the northern part of the state, in terms of how you deal with individuals and accelerating their ability to work through the system once they have in fact been found competent for trial. The other big milestone, for the first time last week since the beginning of COVID, we're now able to give individuals an actual calendar for their preliminary hearings at the time that they go through first appearances. It's a big deal for us, and something that here again will help to accelerate the cases through the system. So with that, Chairman Pitts, I'll stop and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, first to that, before we get to that, news flash, Mr. Eubanks won the second set 6-1, so they're tied. All right, Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few comments. Thanks for reporting. I do think on we previously passed a resolution related to some detail related to kind of the sheriff. Hopefully, we can kind of get that more codified and in line with the resolution at the next meeting. So just a couple of things within it. I mean, this is really more a statement. You know, we've heard for a long time now about a number of these reduction initiatives and that sort of stuff, right? But, you know, what we continue to see is really a lack of progress. So it's just, that remains concerning. So, you know, the initiatives on paper sound very good, very promising. I know some of them may have only just started, but the fact that we're not seeing any sort of material progress yet, you know, bears concern. On the, just so I've got this right too, I know the number right, I know we'll have the numbers more lined up in line with the sheriff's resolution when you next report on this, but the number of beds we have access to at ACDC is 700 or 750?
It's 700.
700, okay. And we've got 468 people there, right?
That's correct.
And the capacity of the Union City facility is?
Approximately 320.
320,
yeah.
Okay. So between that 320 and, what is that, another 230 or so people, right? At ACDC, there's 550 beds that we have access to at the moment that are not being utilized.
That's correct.
Okay.
I think the biggest challenge, Vice
I'm
Chair.
not
Yeah.
asking for challenges.
Okay.
I'm just wanting to verify what the number is.
It
550.
is. That's correct.
Right. Okay. All right. And then on the amount of vacancies we have relative to the ORCA roles that were created, it's just really more a statement too, just in general. It would strike me then that we are underrunning what we had originally allocated for ORCA out of the ARPA money. And that in conjunction with some of these reimbursements coming in just highlights for me that potentially we should consider, knowing some of the challenges we've got with our budgetary constraints for next year, more aggressively looking at offsetting some of our budgetary spend with ARPA money in 2024. So I just want to note that for the record, and it's really.
If I can, on the ORCA spend, the hiring, we actually took the hiring into account when we extended the budget through October 2024. So if you look at the expected spend.
But that assumed at some point we were going to catch up and have a reasonable, you know, kind of catch rate. But that vacancy rates remain fairly persistently low. Did we assume that it was going to be, you know, the vacancy rate was going to be persistently high? Did we assume that?
We did, because what we had anticipated that we actually made an adjustment to reflect the actual run rate, and then in the forecast we assumed that we would start to see a decrease in terms of the number of individuals beginning in January of 2024 to allow us to extend the period for that additional 10 months.
So what's the total number of jobs that we originally allocated versus our vacant? What's that total out to? I see we got by functional area, but what is that?
We had originally allocated 310 jobs. The actual number obviously has fluctuated from month to month depending on, but I can get you for the next update, I can get you the average number that we've had.
I mean, we don't know what that vacancy number is right now. Is that what you're saying? You don't have that offhand?
I don't have that offhand. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Well, my point on that still stands. If the number indeed winds up to be sort of a fairly significant number, and regardless of that, if we are getting reimbursement, you know, kind of, you know, funds and that sort of stuff, I do think we should look at ARPA funding as a potential offset to help us with some of the budgetary gaps in 2024. So I'll stand by that statement. That's all I've got.
Commissioner Barrett?
Just a couple quick things. On page 10, you mentioned, this was the one where you showed the increases and decreases for average length of stay, jail population, indicted, et cetera. You mentioned the increase in average length of stay and sort of referred to various reasons, but I think my question is really, given that we've had a positive result in clearance rate for felony criminal cases at 31% increase there, why is the average length of stay up? Are we clearing like easy cases or non-jail cases, or why is that not correlating better?
I think you identified one of the reasons, which is everyone who is charged with a felony is not in jail, so you're not going to have a one-to-one correlation. And so that's part of the reason, Commissioner. I can delve a little deeper into that, but that's probably the biggest one. I mean, we have, thousands of felony cases, but a large percentage of those are not in the Fulton County Jail. They are maybe out on bail and the like.
I think in one of your comments you mentioned prioritizing jail cases. I'm just wondering if there's anything else we can do to sort of push buttons to make that the case so that we are prioritizing the folks that are in jail versus not.
Well, one of the things that the judges do get on a, I think, daily basis is a roster of the individuals that are in the jail. And if you go on the Fulton County website, it does list the actual number of individuals by judge who are detained in the Fulton County Jail. So that information is available, and it's my understanding that it's being pushed to the judges on a regular basis by the administration and Superior Court.
Well, obviously, we'd like to encourage them to take those first when possible. The only other question I had, and this might be more of a county manager question, when we spoke about this, I believe it was the last meeting, I talked about getting a maintenance report as it related to the jail. Is that something that is going to be in the DREAM report separately, or will it come with this report normally, or how are we going to do that?
No, ma'am. I think the plan would be when we begin that work, we'll include it in this report.
Okay.
So it would be reported monthly, but no work has begun yet due to what I said, which was the Union City facility not available yet to transfer prisoners there until we have a medical provider in place. Okay. So then therefore we haven't started the Blitz plan as outlined.
Yeah, I think just for clarity's sake, and I'm not sure if I made this clear last time, but in addition to just getting the Blitz report, I think it would be good to have an overall maintenance report, how many requests in, how quickly they were turned around, where they came from, that kind of thing.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, do we have the ETA for the Blitz report also?
Well, the Blitz report would be as soon as we begin operating in that mode, which is probably, I hesitate a little bit because the last thing we heard was the end of July, but in speaking to the sheriff, he's still trying to aim for mid-July to begin. So between, I think, middle to end of July, we will begin, and then that report will be available.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Other comments? All right, Mr. Manager, continue, sir.
Dr. O'Shell.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just to add some additional context to the county manager's remarks about the health summit, the county will use the recommendations that ARC is going to compile. They have committed to compiling the recommendations from that summit. We will be using those recommendations and incorporating them into the 5-part solution set that we are continuing to work on. On August 17th, we will host a bevy of stakeholders in the health disparities space to look at our roadmap for addressing health disparities, especially in South Fulton, and we'll again use those recommendations as a part of that roadmap. Next slide, please. Moving on to the Cleveland Library, as you are aware, solar panels contributed to a fire at the Cleveland Avenue Library. The library continues to be closed. As you can see here, the library has sustained extensive damage. In addition to Joe's team assessing the damage and determining a reopening date and restoration plan, Gail Holloman is also looking at any opportunities to salvage any of the materials. However, in the past, when libraries have sustained water damage and books have been damaged, it has not ended well as far as restoring books. So Joe, I'll turn it to you for any additional comments about restoration and reopening of the branch.
Good morning, Commissioners. Right now, our contractor is completing the initial water extraction and debris extraction that was the result of both the fire itself as well as the firefighting effort that put a lot of water in the facility. Right now, we are anticipating sometime in the middle of next week, once that work has been completed, to have the full project plan as it relates to repairing the roof, repairing the interior of the facility, replacing the books and things of that nature. But we hope to have a full timeline in the middle of next week that we'll provide to county leadership as it relates to when we can project with reasonable certainty the reopening timeframe for the library.
Next slide. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you. So the solar panels caused the fire. So is the manufacturer going to pay for the cost to repair this? I mean, like, is that a product liability case?
Commissioner Arrington, the initial thought, if you will, was that it was the solar panels. However, the City of Atlanta fire inspector, upon their further inspection of the facility, can't reasonably determine that it was the solar array that caused the issue. However, that particular solar array is one that we own. It was the first that we installed. That was a function of a grant that we received. However, we have reached out to the installer to be a part of the overall assessment. We've also reached out to our other solar partner to get their engineers to take a look at it, to give us another bird's eye view, so to speak, to determine whether or not it was actually from the solar array. It's very odd that we have solar arrays on about 8 facilities in the county for us to have this type of a problem, particularly given the fact that it occurred on the morning of July 5th. But we do not know at this point with certainty that it was the solar array. In fact, the initial report or response that we received from the City of Atlanta fire inspector is that it's really difficult to determine what actually caused the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Continue, Dr. Rochelle.
Continuing to Big Creek, David Clark and his team have done an amazing job with addressing the issue there. They have implemented an aggressive strategy to restore the biological process to the appropriate levels. So I'll turn it over to you, David, to provide an update on what the Public Works team has done.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Rosell. David Clark, I'm the Director of Public Works here. First, I just wanted to give you a quick little bit of background on the Big Creek facility. The Big Creek facility is Fulton County's largest wastewater treatment facility. Normally, we are treating between 22 and 24 million gallons a day of wastewater through a conventional biological treatment process. However, the day-to-day operations of the facility is actually handled by a third-party vendor. That company name is Veolia. Veolia works side by side with Fulton County staff to make sure that the daily operations of the plants, not just Big Creek, but all of our wastewater treatment plants, meet our high level of expectations as well as meeting all EPD permit requirements. Since this incident has happened, Veolia has been extremely responsive. They have brought in subject matter experts on biological processes to help us restart the process, and they have been with us on the front lines every step of the way. So that kind of brings us, how did we get to this point, and what we have done since then? Staff became aware of an issue with high levels of E. coli in the Chattahoochee River when the Chattahoochee River Keepers and National Park Service reached out to us on Wednesday afternoon, June 28th. We immediately started an investigation of trying to figure out where that might be coming from based on eyewitness reports that were received by those two groups. We were led to believe that it was a overflow manhole or a possible broken sewer pipe somewhere in or around the Willio Park area. So for the first several days, Wednesday evening, all day Thursday, all day Friday, we were investigating all of our systems in that area. We went on the river several times with the river keepers as well as the National Park Service looking for areas. Bottom line is we weren't able to find anything. So by Saturday morning, we pretty much felt confident that our sewer pipes were intact and our infrastructure was good, so we started turning our attention to the operations of the wastewater treatment plants. We are required by EPD to take samples of our wastewater effluent, that's the discharge that we return back to the Chattahoochee River, either 5 times a week or 3 times a week, depending on the parameter that we're looking for. E. coli we're required to test 3 times a week. Our last test was on Wednesday morning, June 28th, and that revealed everything was fine. And so at that time, we did not know there was a problem at the plants. The test that we took on Friday that we came back on Saturday, E. coli tests take 24 hours to process before we have results. So when we found out those results on Saturday morning, it did show an elevated level of E. coli, so then we knew on Saturday, the 30th, July 1st, that there was an issue with the plants. We investigated the plant all day on July 1st and July 2nd and came back to the point of we have a failed biology process. And what I mean by that is in wastewater treatment, it's not a chemical treatment process. It is a biological process. There are something that we call good bugs. We use the word bugs in the industry, but it's actually microorganisms that are grown in the plant that consume the organic material of the wastewater that comes into the plants. Sometime, we think on Tuesday evening or Wednesday morning, something entered the plants that was toxic to those good bugs. It could be something as benign as a large discharge of swimming pool water, for instance. And people want to know, well, how could that kill bugs? And we always say, well, people chlorinate swimming pools to kill bacteria. If that water gets into our treatment plant at one time in large quantities, that chlorine will kill our good bugs just as well as it kills the bad bugs that you don't want to be swimming with. So we don't know what caused it yet, but what happened was it basically knocked out about 80% of our biological process. The plant was still operational. The wastewater that was coming into the plant still was receiving all of the screening to remove inorganic matter from the wastewater. It was being partially treated by those good bugs that were still working for us. It still received filtration and disinfection before being released back to the Chattahoochee River. Unfortunately, the volume of wastewater coming in was more than what the remaining good bugs could do, so therefore we were releasing high levels of E. coli into the river. So what have we done since that became aware of? First and foremost, we started diverting untreated wastewater from the Big Creek plants over to Cobb County. About 2 years ago, we had the foresight to institute a diversion line that takes untreated wastewater from us and sends it to capacity that we bought at the Cobb County facility. So we started diverting between 5 and 7 million gallons a day starting on Sunday, July 2nd, over to Cobb County. That allows us to have less flow going through our wastewater treatment plants and obviously less flow out into the river. The second thing that we did is we increased our disinfection activities to try to kill as much E. coli and fecal coliform that was making its way through the plants before it reached the river. The third thing that we started doing was we had to restart the biological process. And the way we did that is we started bringing in healthy bacteria, good bugs from Johns Creek facility and instituted them into the Big Creek facility. We started that on Monday, July 3rd, and we actually started seeing some remarkable improvements with them being happy in their new home, so to speak, starting on Thursday and Friday of last week. Over the weekend, we actually saw them starting to do the treatment process that we want them to be doing, and we are well on the way of doing that. Altogether, we have 7 parameters that EPD requires us to monitor to make sure that we are in compliance with our permits. All 7 at the height of this were out of compliance. but they're now coming back into compliance. We have 2 of those 7 that are in compliance right now. The numbers that we saw yesterday regarding E. coli and fecal coliform suggest that they will be back into compliance by the end of the week. For instance, last week, our E. coli numbers were over 100,000 parts per 100 milliliters of wastewater. Yesterday, those numbers were down to 385. Our permit requirement is 252. So we have made tremendous amounts of activity towards getting this plant back into operation. The question that we've been getting a lot is, well, when will the river be reopened? That is the decision that the National Park Service will make. We've been providing them all of our test results on a daily basis. In part, that is what led, I believe, to their decision to open a portion of the park this past couple of days ago. And hopefully they'll be able to open up all of them altogether. I mean, just finally, this has been a long 2-week process. It is something that unfortunately happens with biology. I mean, we can guide the process as best as we can. We can't control it necessarily when it comes to biology. But overall, we've had tremendous help with the Chattahoochee Rivers Keepers, the National Park Service, the cities of Roswell and Sandy Springs have been completely understanding. And certainly I can't speak enough for my staff, especially our lab people who are always in behind the scenes. Nobody ever knows they exist because fortunately all of our lab results come back so well, but we have put them into overdrive the last couple of weeks and they have risen to the challenge, so we are very happy with that. So with that, I'll certainly open any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Coach Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question's not for you.
Okay.
Let me start. Let's see, page 35, monthly financial, wait a minute. We haven't got there yet. Let me go back a little bit. Got quite a few questions. Page 20, jail bridging plan.
I think it's page 21, Madam Clerk.
Is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Mine doesn't have, I thought it was page 20.
Eubanks is leading up 3-2 in the third set, by the way, so we're waiting. 5-4 now? Thank you. 5-4. Keep your fingers crossed.
All right. It was on the screen. I think you have to go back one. Yes. The column that says Public Affairs, when reading that, it only states what the department does. It does not explain why an extra $50,000 is needed and how it will be used.
Yes, ma'am, I'll try to address that. So
Before you start, Mr. Manager, he won 6-4.
Wow.
No, he's up 2-1 now. He won 2 sets to 1.
Okay.
That's huge.
Thank you, Coach.
Yes, ma'am, we have a request for proposal out now for public relations support, specifically to the overall situation at the jail and then ultimately the replacement jail. We believe that we are best positioned if we get in front of this as opposed to getting behind, as Atlanta found with their public safety training center.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, 500,000 was our best estimate. We have 3 firms that came back just this week as qualified vendors, so we'll know more about that in the ensuing weeks, and we'll bring back a proposal to the board for approval. But the one thing that was interesting, the chairman and I met with the mayor of Atlanta this past week, and we're telling him about this plan. And if you recall, Mr. Chairman, he said, I think 500,000 is going to be a little low.
Yeah, he did.
Their view is about $1 million is what will be required in their case over the next several years. So we're going to take that guidance into account as we look at these proposals and then bring back something to the board to consider. But that's our first cut at a potential number.
Well, that's good input. Definitely, we need to keep the public aware of what's going on and do good public relations. So I'm glad to see that. And then on page 10, I noticed that the average length of stay, it's on the page that says cumulative case reduction justice system scorecard, that average length of stay increased by 8 days. Do we know why?
I think it was a combination of things, Commissioner Hall. I'll find out more detail, but it could be a increase in the number of bookings. It could be a delay in terms of the cases for criminal trials. So a combination of factors typically feed into that. And as I said, that number will fluctuate from month to month. So there will be some months where we see a significant decline, or a decline, I don't know, significant, and we'll see an increase. But let me find out a little more about what factors played into this particular increase, because it's a pretty, it's 10% increase, it's pretty significant.
Yes, because when I saw that, of course, I'm thinking this is definitely going to contribute to the numbers in the jail if people are staying longer. So I'd like to hear more about that. And then you spoke a little bit about page 7 and the variances, but can you speak a little bit more about why they're so significant?
The way that the actual forecast itself was developed is we basically started, we drew a straight line from the beginning of the project down to when the funding would run out. It's not the most scientific, right? I mean, ideally, you'd kind of go back and you do some analysis on different kind of case types and how long it takes and so on. We didn't have the luxury of that when we actually put the forecast together. So that having been said, what the targets represent is basically a straight line from when we started to October 2024. Mm-hmm. We knew, for example, that we were going to build up a cushion in the beginning because of some of the efforts with magistrate court and the solicitor. And we also knew that there's going to be slowdown at the end as these cases move from the prosecutors into the court system. We know that's going to slow down. So we knew there was going to be a bit of a buildup, and then we knew that we were going to erode some of that as we went through the process. And so that's what's happened, right? We built up this cushion of 37,000 cases. We know that that's going to erode as we go through the next 14 months as these cases move from the prosecutor to the prosecuting area to the actual court system, both state and superior court.
All right, thank you so much.
Commissioner Thorne.
Mr. Clark, I just had a few quick questions. You said that you were notified by the river keepers on Wednesday morning that there was a high outbreak of E. coli, but you also tested Wednesday and it didn't show that outbreak. What's the possible solution there?
That's a great question. We test every morning at 7 a.m. And so they noticed it in the afternoon. So it is possible that something happened in the plant overnight on early Wednesday morning that didn't make its way through the plant when we tested it at 7 o'clock. But by the time that the river keepers and the National Park Service was in the river that afternoon, it made its way through the plants.
So at 7 a.m., do you test like before it goes out into the river, or
Yes.
how does that process?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so it's possible like a massive chlorine dump came into the plant, killed the bugs, and it just happened in that 5-hour window. Okay. And when do you think it's going to open? I mean, I know you have to, the levels are back down to a normal level, but how long does it take the Park Service to authorize opening the river back up?
I mean, they're going to have to make that call themselves, so I don't know what their process actually is. We are presenting them with our test results every afternoon, and like I said earlier, they use our results from earlier this week in part to make the decision to open up the lower part that they opened up. So, I mean, I'm optimistic they're going to be able to open them up pretty quickly, especially if we keep seeing numbers in the hundreds range instead of the 100,000 range.
And then are we expecting to incur some kind of fine or what might that look like from the EPD?
We've been in touch with EPD, and there's certainly, we are in violation of our permit without a doubt. So there's some sort of action that EPD will have. But everybody's been so focused on making sure we get the plan up and running, we have not gone into those details yet. We're going to have those discussions in the next couple of weeks, I can assure you. And once we start understanding the type of direction we're receiving from EPD, we'll certainly brief the board.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions, comments? If not, Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, just one quick thing, just a couple of quick things. Number one, I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Clark, and our manager. I mean, I know this is certainly not an event that any of us are happy with, but I want to thank you both for just taking ownership and dealing with this problem head on, as opposed to seeking to sort of diffuse or diminish the issue. I appreciate that, and I think all our citizens do as well. And I guess once we kind of get through it, will we also think about maybe different ways to, anything in the monitoring process we might want to do differently that would try to give us an earlier trigger? Or is it just is this such a rare event that, it's kind of like the 100-year flood kind of thing?
It's not necessarily a rare event. This did happen to Big Creek once before. It happened in the early 90s, or something, and we did determine that was a chlorine release into the biological process. What I would say is we are looking at some real-time inline monitoring of the influence. That's the untreated that's coming into the plant. But more importantly, the investment that we're making at the plant right now, the new $300 million plant, with its membrane technology, there's still a biological process as part of the treatment, but it will have a secondary process with the membranes that we don't have today. This type of event will have a much less impact on the discharge because of that membrane that we don't have today. So I think between some sort of real-time inline monitoring, but more importantly with the membranes, this type of event will be extremely rare in the future.
So in layman's terms, is that more like, hey, current process is going through sort of one step, and then, once fully new and operational, sort of a two-step process? Is that oversimplified? Okay.
Exactly. There are two separate treatment processes, the biological and then the membrane, whereas today we just have the biological.
Okay. So at our plants that have more recently been updated, like JCEC and the Little River, they've got that technology in place. We don't have it yet at Big Creek.
That's correct.
When this project's completed, it will.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Other comments? Anything else, Mr. Clark?
No.
Mr. Manager? Sorry, Dr. Rochelle.
No, sir, that concludes my report. Thank you.
I'm sorry. You disappeared on me. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
I'm sorry, Chairman. I just want to take the opportunity to, and I apologize, I wanted to do this earlier and I got distracted, but to take this opportunity to publicly thank not only the county manager, Dr. Rochelle, but even you, Chairman, the issue with dealing with the healthcare disparity. The event that was held was not only very informative, it gave me an opportunity to even have further conversations. The gentleman, I believe, with Gwinnett County, we are slated to meet as well. And so I just wanted to thank your leadership, Chairman, and also the county manager and Dr. Rochelle, because not only was it very good information, it got an opportunity, even for me, to see this issue is touching everybody. Yes, I do live in a healthcare desert, but it is touching the entire state of Georgia. And the individuals that were there came from all kind of background, all colors and creed, and the one prevailing issue was they wanted to see better health outcomes. It was not necessarily in the district in which they live. And I thought that was very not only refreshing, but that was a very liberating thing to see that Fulton County was taking the leadership on that and bringing all those stakeholders together. So I did learn additional information that I didn't know beforehand, and I also made alliances with people that look absolutely nothing like me. And so I just wanted to thank you all publicly for that.
Thank you, Commissioner, and Dr. Rochelle did a great job for us on that panel.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, for that remark. I think that the chairman's urging to have this conversation at a regional level certainly added more attention and complexity to the solutions that we will seek to bring together. And so this will not, of course, be the last conversation. As I indicated, we're working with external affairs to bring together another conversation that will really get to developing action plans to make a change. So thank you again, and thank you to Commissioner Barrett for attending as well.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. I want to also just commend David Clark for being on top of this. Again, as Commissioner Ellis said, managing it head on and doing a terrific job through this issue. Let me ask Sharon if there are any comments on the financial section. Sharon, do you think we need to make, or questions?
I think you covered the ARPA information along with the FEMA reimbursement in your opening remarks. On the monthly financial report, I was just going to note that our expenditures year to date are tracking about 2% higher than where they were this time last year. And since we now have our June 30th numbers, the budget analysts are starting the mid-year review, expenditure review process. And then from a vacancy reporting capacity on, as of June 30th, we're still averaging about a 14% vacancy rate. That has held fairly steady through the first 6 months of the year. Fluctuates a little bit, but from a rounding perspective, each of them have rounded back to 14%. I think Commissioner Hall said she had a question about something on the report. I was just going to ask if you still had a question. You mentioned something about page 35.
Yes, Sharon, hold on one second. My only question was, I saw several places where there was above 25% vacancy rate. And I was just wondering how we were addressing that and, you know, what specifically was the problem. I know just from living day to day and going to the stores, I was recently at Home Depot and they were closing early. And the young ladies told me that people didn't show up for work, which was actually becoming a norm, and that people were literally getting hired and then a day or two later just quitting. So what are we seeing as a problem?
Mr. Herman, do you have anything you want to add relative to turnover in general and positions and anything in particular that you're hearing from our departments about their difficulties in hiring positions? I would say, Commissioner Hall, that some of these vacancies are probably in some part associated with the partial funding that was provided for vacancies this year. So we may see more hiring towards the end of the year as departments are posting their jobs and getting through that recruitment effort now. But Mr. Herman may have some other insight into what he's seeing on the HR side, the needs from the departments.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good Afternoon, good morning, Commissioners. Kenneth Herman Jr., Chief HR Officer. In general, Commissioner, it's some of the same teams. We are in a very competitive labor market. And, one of the things that I recently heard from a department is that they found an individual perfect for the job, but the time it took us to extend the offer, get that person on board, that individual had already accepted another competitive job paying roughly the same thing that in the private sector that allowed them to move a lot more quicker. So we're working on that from an HR perspective to try to streamline that as much as possible. But then again, there's just so many different options available to employees right now that you might think you have the perfect candidate, but they've also been shopping themselves around to other entities. And if our compensation doesn't match that to their desire, they choose someone else. If our benefit plan doesn't match, they choose someone else. So those are the kind of themes that we're seeing that we might be losing out on some good candidates, but those are the conversations that I plan to have with the finance team and the leadership team as to what else could we offer our employees from a benefit standpoint, cost neutral, but still something that would attract employees to the county as being the public employer of choice. And I know you've heard me say that, but we need to figure out how could we be as aggressive, but also as responsible with the taxpayers' dollars as possible so that we could get the best candidates for serving the citizens of Fulton County.
All right, so with everything we have done, we're still seeing that there's more that needs to be done.
Absolutely. I don't think we're at the end of the road. And you remember, Commissioner, we've done partial steps. I think what you're speaking to, what we've done was the key classifications, which was just a very small cross-section of the workforce. In our conversations with you at the retreat a few weeks ago, we talked about our plans for 2024, which would then bring some balance for the other compensation areas within the county, which again would put us back at being a lot more competitive than our neighboring counties.
Yes, okay, thank you so much.
Vice Chair Ellis?
What was our vacancy rate last year, this time?
I don't know if Sharon or Hakeem has that number quickly available, Commissioner. But I can definitely get it back to you.
So it's 14% right now, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I think that's improved from what it was last year.
I think we were trending in the high 15s, 16% range for a good portion of last year, Commissioner Ellis.
And some of the same problem or challenge areas that we saw before too, right? And this is ex-Orca. We don't include this in these numbers, or we do?
No, Commissioner, this is just general fund, not including Orca in this population.
All right. Well, just one note on here, I just would say, and this, I didn't realize we sort of skipped that jail bridging plan, but and I'll note this again, I noted it in when we first had this sort of presented to us, knowing the squeeze we have and in terms of funding and so forth. I'll go on record again and say I think it makes no sense for us to fund a staffing study for an area where we're running at close to a 20% vacancy rate with 155 open positions and another 15 that are open for Orca, equivalent 170 positions. So, I don't know if we're going to have a formal vote on that, but I see no reason why we should spend those funds on that at this point in time. I think that should be something that should be considered at a latter point.
Mr. Manager.
Just a couple of comments, kind of cleaning up from all of the reports that we've done. I did get some information subsequently, confirmed with Joe. We have made some movement on the jail blitz plan. We were able to move some folks, I think, within the jail, right, Joe? Not to Union City.
A combination of moves within the jail as well as moves to the Atlanta Detention Center and Cobb County. So the plan originally called for the complete vacation of an entire housing unit, and the sheriff's office, as of yesterday, was able to vacate one half of that planned housing unit. We found out this information late Friday evening, and our vendor was able to go in over the weekend, begin assessing things that they needed, and began working on Monday morning to make the initial line of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing repairs needed. And so while we're still waiting for the full move out, because there are certain things that we need complete vacancy in order to expeditiously do the work, we are able to get a lot of the small repairs that are necessary underway.
So appreciate the sheriff bringing that to my attention, and Joe, for you being able to jump on that. Also on vacancy rates, we are working with the sheriff, and in the next report, I feel very confident that we'll start with the HR baseline that is presented routinely for every department, and then also have the information about what he has in the pipeline. And based on what Mr. Herman shared with me this week, it looks very promising. So I won't overpromise and underdeliver, but it looks much better than perhaps what it shows on the sheets. And I know the sheriff's committed to having those numbers. As we finalize, a bit of good news very quickly. We have so many national awards here. This is not Wimbledon, but it's on par. I just want to bring to your attention, Site Selection Magazine rated Fulton County in the top 20 in the nation for economic development. So thanks to Samir and his team, just a great accomplishment. I think number 11, Mr. Chairman, was where we came in. And at NACO, with much encouragement from Commissioner Hall and others, we have finally gotten our act together in terms of presenting our case for recognition. I just want to make note of these. This is phenomenal, I think. These are the awards that we will receive. For the FACE program that David Manuel originated, and it's so creative and been so impactful, that will receive an award. Also in his area, Public Art Futures Lab will receive an award. Project Orca that we've been discussing and always discuss, that of course was recognized by ACCG, but now also would be recognized at a national level. The ERAP program, the administration of that, which of course was recognized by U.S. Treasury under Dr. Rochelle's leadership, will now be recognized by NACO. Also, we put together some time ago an app for all of our health and human services programs, the CARES app. It will be recognized as an innovative approach. David Manuel and the Arts and Culture Department will get best in category. I didn't even know there was such a thing. But congratulations to David and the phenomenal impact he has. And then tip of the hat to our own commissioner, the Joan Garner Health Fair will receive an award. So just a phenomenal run there, and I want to thank Jessica and her team in particular. We have a good story to tell, but it doesn't get told unless we have someone to tell it, and Jessica really took the lead on these nominations to make happen. So again, round of applause to everyone and these accomplishments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our report.
Vice Chair, you have anything else? All right. Anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Bottom of page 7, 230454, Finance. Request approval of a resolution setting proposed 2023 millage rates for the general fund at 9.3724 mills, authorizing advertisement, authorizing the chairman and board of commissioners to sign the pending appeals, and authorizing the county attorney to petition Superior Court of Fulton County for an order authorizing the immediate and temporary collection of 2023 taxes if it becomes necessary.
All right, Madam CFO, this is sort of a misnomer. You're really not setting the millage rate today. This is for purposes of the advertising. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is the beginning of the process. This would authorize the proposed millage rate and allow us to begin the advertising process for this year. We would expect to come back to the board at the second meeting in August with the request for the final approval of the millage rate. This action would require the advertisement of a notice of a property tax increase because the proposed millage rate is greater than the rollback rate. And we would propose holding the three required public hearings, 2 of them on August the 2nd in the morning at the regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners, and then 1 in the evening at 6 p.m. as a special call meeting. And then the third and final public hearing would be held at the next Board of Commissioners meeting on August the 16th, followed by the board approving the millage rate for the year.
Again, this is not setting the millage rate today. Everybody's clear on that. This is a not to exceed number. Questions? All right. Entertain a motion. I'm sorry, Vice Chair.
Yeah, just a few questions. And did you have something did you want to share something else in addition to this for us?
We do have a few slides to share if the board would like for us to do that.
Sure.
I mean, I think it would be useful potentially for the public to see, certainly, too.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Hakeem to walk you through the presentation material.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. We did send you a memo on the resolution. We sent a memo on Monday, so I hope you all received a copy. Just to walk you through the presentation, I'm going to remind you of what assumptions that we used to adopt the budget in January. Because that was the beginning of really the process of coming up with the millage rate, and then in order for us to approve a balanced budget, now that we've received our digest, we now know what to recommend to you for final consideration. So in January, we were assuming that we will have a 3% billable growth in our digest for the year. Also, we had a 96% collection rate. Just to go back to the first one, that 3% billable growth, instead of it being 3%, it is now 11.81% billable growth. And we're still using the 96% collection rate, to determine the recommended millage rate that we are proposing to you. And then, in January, we said that, we're going to set the millage rate at the rate that would generate sufficient revenue to ensure that, we have a balanced budget. And the board approved with that budget a millage rate of 9.3724, and that is still what, we're recommending. And we do have reasons for recommending that, even though it looks like our billable growth is higher than what we assumed at the beginning of the year. And you will see at the end of this presentation the reason why we're recommending that same rate. The assumption pertaining to the actual digest that we have, which is resulting in the millage rate that we're proposing to you, is as follows. And the gross digest growth, this is the growth of everything, before we make adjustment for exemptions or third adjustment as well. That growth is 14.69%. That's what our digest grew by. So year over year, we compare our growth digest for 2023 to 2022 number, and it increased by 14.69. And then the net growth, which I mentioned to you before, is 11.81%. The third billings, which is the tax allocation district billings, is increasing by $16.4 million. This is an increase of 36% over last year's billing amount. The appeal value, because at this time, we're still estimating what the appeals will be. The reason we're doing that is because the closing day for appeal is going to be later in this month. So in order to get the process going and provide you with a rate that you approve for us to begin the process with and then advertise, we estimated that our appeal for this year will be at the same level as what we had last year, which is $23.9 million. Going to the bottom of the page, we have a comparison of what our rollback rate is, and the rollback rate is the rate that is supposed to generate the same level of revenue in the new year as last year. So this rollback rate takes into consideration the growth that we're experiencing and is shown in the digest, and that rollback rate is 8.22%. The problem with that rollback rate is if we apply it to our digest, it's going to generate about $597.4 million compared to $636.4 million that we have in the budget that the board approved in January. So that is a difference of about $39 million. And what that translates to is, it will be a shortfall to the budget if the rollback rate of 8.22%, 8.22 mil is approved. And that reduction is equivalent to 6.12% of the $636.4 million that was approved in the budget. At a 96% collection rate, the rollback rate will generate $72.6 million for each meal. At a recommended rate of 9.3724, we will be able to generate $684.4 million of revenue. That amount compares to the $636.4 that we had in the budget. That will generate additional revenue of $48 million. And that is equivalent to 7.54% over the $636.4 million. Each meal at the recommended rate would generate $73 million. When we look at it and say, we are recommending a higher rate than what is needed. The reason for that is because of, the next slide, please. The jail conditions that we've been trying to fix. We just talked about the jail bridging plan that, the manager presented to you, and then Mr. Adams also, spoke about. It's a total of about $24 or $25 million in the current fiscal year that we will be spending on that. That was something that, we did not anticipate at the beginning of the year. We are also recommending to the board to begin to consider the possibility of setting aside some funds towards the replacement jail. And we also know that, we're going to need to do some, we need to set aside some funds for design of the replacement jail. The budget that, the multi-year budget view that we've been discussing with you, in that view, we have about, within the next 2 years, we'll be spending close to about over $100 million that we will need for design. And the plan is to either issue a bond or find a way to at least, start the process. And, we are suggesting and recommending for the board to let us begin the process of setting aside the funds that, we will need, for the design before the actual construction takes place in 2026. So the amount that, we have projected to at least, begin that process is $40 million. And going forward, any underrun that, we have at the end of the year can always be set aside, for this same purpose. That ends the presentation, and we'll answer any questions that you may have on this.
Vice Chair, followed by Commissioner Coach Thorne.
Any update?
5, 4, and 4. He's still, he's still in good shape. 5, 3.
Okay. All right, so just to maybe put this a little bit more in layman's terms, and you can correct me if I'm misstating any of this. Our digest grew at a more significant rate than what we'd anticipated, roughly, almost 9%. And if you were to apply our existing millage rate to that, that would generally cause us to have enough revenue to be able to generate to meet our anticipated budgetary obligations for this year.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Okay. The reason we had the 9.3724 is sort of an assumption in the budget that we adopted was because we were assuming a lower growth rate in the digest.
We're assuming a 3% growth at the time.
Right. So we've got the rollback rate 8.22. Our current rate is 8.7, 8.87, 8.87, correct?
Yes.
And what you're essentially recommending that we take into consideration is if we went to a higher rate than where we are right now, this 9.3724, that basically we take the excess funds that are generated from that to serve as seed money for funding a new jail. That's it. That's basically what it's either fund it now or fund it later. Start to pre-fund it or find a way to fund it later.
Exactly.
So that's as we're thinking through, what sort of millage rate we want to land on for this year. That's really sort of the crux of that decision.
Exactly.
Okay.
Commissioner Coach Thorne.
So, have we taken into account in our projections revenue from lost? Because don't we have an increase in revenue this year from the lost negotiations? And how much is that?
We included the expected revenue from lost in our projection. I believe, let me see if I can find it. I think it's about $3 or $4 million that we estimated that we're going to be receiving this year.
Would you know what we received in previous years?
Yeah, the estimate is based on a comparison with last year. This year, let me see.
The budget
We
assumed 17 million in
17
local
million,
option sales
yeah.
tax this year.
17 million. Okay. So if we had stayed, when we approved a budget of 8.87, when we approved our budget, if we had stayed within that, we wouldn't have to increase maybe up to a 9 or something like that, if we had stayed within that margin to get the 40 million extra?
You said if we had stayed at if we stay at 9.3724, then we would generate $48 million extra.
48 million extra, but the reason we're going up is because we approved a budget that was beyond the millage rate that was approved last year, correct?
At the projected, at the time,
At the time.
projected 3% growth.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Thorne, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, to me, I just struggle with, the billable growth rate growing so much in 1 year. And that's getting reflected on everybody's property bills. And then in addition, we're gonna raise the millage rate on top of them too. And whenever you raise the millage rate, it's a burden more on residents than it is on commercial properties, and it's a burden on renters more than homeowners, and it affects low income more than it affects high income. So, and we already have a low income housing stock crisis that's only going to lead to more of that. So, for me, I just struggle if we can bring the millage rate in, if we can try to control our spending and not approve budgets that are way over the millage rate that was set. It's just my comment.
All right, 6-6 tiebreaker into third, so we're still in good shape. Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you. Does this take into consideration any money for additional monies for, I guess, the healthcare disparities and/or emergent care in South Fulton?
Commissioner, the rate that we're talking about is based on the budget that was approved by the board this year. So on those items that you're talking about, there's agreement that we have with MSM. Yeah, but no.
But, I mean, that can't be true because you just told me you got 40 million in there for a jail next year. So that can't be true. You told me you got 40 million in there that wasn't in the budget. And then now you're telling me it was based on the budget. It just can't, both of those things cannot coexist at the same time.
What we're saying with the $40 million is for us to start planning ahead for the replacement jail that we know.
Yes, sir. My question was, is there money for the healthcare disparity or for emergent care in South Fulton? Did you include that in what you're requesting? I don't think that you did. It might need to be higher.
We're planning for something in 2024. Now the amount might not be enough, for the board, but we do have something in the budget.
Help me understand what we're planning for something in 2024 is, because I can see exactly what you're planning for the jail is 40 million. I can't see what we planning something for 2024 is, unless it's a number like the 40 million you have for the jail.
In the multi-year.
Commissioner Arrington, in the multi-year financial plan that we've been talking to the Board of Commissioners about, we currently have $30 million that we've programmed in additional spend for access to health care. So that is, what Hakeem is referring to. In the 2023 budget, we have our funding for our normal funding level for Grady Memorial Hospital, and we identified the additional $5 million for the healthcare reserve, a portion of which we've used to support the MSM Buggy Works project. So the multi-year plan includes $30 million annually going forward to support access to health care, specifically trying to address the healthcare desert areas that we know exist, that the MSM study helped bring to light.
So I guess my question is more about the emergent care, right? Because like the MSM thing is good. It's gonna help with overall health. But I think the loss of the hospitals, again, the primary thing is the emergent care that those hospitals provide. And so what I'm asking is there money for emergent care? And I guess also, how do we come up with the 30 million number? Because for me, it's the emergent care, frankly, that might be even more necessary than just the general health care.
Commissioner Arrington, the 30 million that the CFO is referring to is not specifically for emergent care. It's broken into a couple of categories. One is an increased investment in Grady over the next 5 years, up to $10 million. It also includes a pilot program with federally qualified health centers to assist with co-payments for $5 million. It also includes the MSM project, which we're anticipating that program will be approximately $1.5 million a year going forward. And so there are some additional resources of that $5 million that can be dedicated to emergent care or any other type of healthcare access project. And so those are some of the ways that that $30 million is cut.
Thank you. So I guess I'm glad to know that there will be some additional resources. I guess my question is, do we know how much it costs to help provide or to provide emergent care, and do we think that that will be enough? My gut is that it will not. I could be wrong.
Thank you for that question. We are still assessing what the options are, for example, a standalone emergency room operation. And we don't have those figures yet, but we are continuing to assess and analyze what the cost would be associated with for an emergency operation such as a standalone emergency room. I have also had conversations with your constituent, Ms. Goolsby, who is a community voice and is very interested in this subject as well, subject being emergency care, specifically emergency care in the South Fulton area. So once I get some insight, additional insight regarding cost, I'll certainly bring that to you and get your input and feedback as well.
Okay, I'm again, Madam CFO, thank you, Madam COO. Madam CFO, I'm just wondering if that's enough, if the recommendation is even enough, because I want to make sure that we have enough to provide emergent care. And so to the extent that there is nothing specified for emergent care, I would like to see a recommendation that includes an amount, after I guess we get back some numbers, that includes the provision of emergent care, because that is the loss of the hospitals, certainly overall health care, but the more acute need with the loss of the hospitals is the emergent care.
And if I could just add, yes, sir, that was part of what we planned for the next round of the offsite, is that exact discussion. In other words, what should we program in? We've put 30 million in per year, and there's some puts and takes with that. You're absolutely right, it potentially should be more. And we also learned at this conference that ARC held, there are some complications with each one of these, whether it's certificate of need or referral rights and so on and so forth. So there's still some planning to be done with partners to determine, A, how to do it, and then the cost. But we're not in disagreement.
Sounds like 50 million to me.
I think you're right, Commissioner. In fact, it was stated at the, what was it called, Healthcare Summit, that you can get to Macon from South Fulton County before you can get to an emergency room.
Now that is a shame. Make it 100 million.
Yeah. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to do a gentle reminder that when we had our budget discussions, you know, a lot of, and I put myself in this as well, a lot of us had things that we wanted to see done. And then some kind of way, when we start having these very uncomfortable talks, we get amnesia about the things that we asked to be put in the budget. And we need to understand that we are stewards of the taxpayer dollars. Now, the sidebar in there, like the chairman said, you know, we can make these things priorities at the budget time. And then we start having conversations about the millage rate, you know, act like we didn't realize this was going to happen. Now, the side note that I have to that is, how does one determine what's a priority? Because of what a priority for my district may not be a priority for someone else's. But historically, if we look at some of the issues that we're having now, these issues have always been prevalent. They just have not been funded. And so what I would say to the statement that we do need to tighten up our budget, and I believe that. I don't believe that government should pay for everything. I don't. And I stand on that. But I also think that we, through our collaborations, and what we need to do is to make sure that we deal with the healthcare disparity, that we make sure that we're using the best of our taxpayer dollars and not wasting. And so I guess my point is not a question to the county manager and the finance department and all of those, is that I don't want you all to be under this burden of we're asking for something from you all to do. We're asking certain things to be included. And then when we have to have these uncomfortable conversations, we get amnesia. And so I just felt compelled that as a sitting steward of the taxpayers' dollars, let's all tighten our belt, but let's all understand that there are needs of all of the districts. And let's respectfully acknowledge that, not just at budget time or re-election time, but period. Because what happens, what for me gets lost in the conversation is what's important, what's not important. Well, what's important to me at the budget time is still important, and if we need to have those uncomfortable conversations, we need to have it, and we need to stand on it. We don't need to say one thing certain part of the year, and then now when it hits us and the rubber hits the road, then we get amnesia. So I just want to put out there that there are needs across Fulton County from one end to the other. But as stewards of taxpayer dollars, and it starts with our own budget, we have to be frugal with our budget. Because at the end of the day, this is taxpayers' money. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of quick things. I certainly agree with my colleague, Commissioner Arrington, and my colleague, Commissioner Abdu Rahman, that healthcare in this county is a priority, needs to be a priority, and we should not be comfortable with having healthcare deserts and the disparity and inequity we have. And the conference was really informative this week, so I was really glad to be a part of that. This is just a suggestion, comment, but I think it might be helpful to kind of use the similar terminology to what we're doing with the replacement jail, in the sense that we have a jail bridging plan. It might be helpful to look at a healthcare bridging plan that gets us to, even though we're not the ones that are going to be responsible to build a new hospital, but at the same time, that gets us to that day when that new hospital is there and the doors are open. So I think if we were able to sort of encompass the various plans you've talked about, Dr. Rochelle, into a hospital bridging plan, emergent care bridging plan, and get ongoing reports on your progress on those things, I think that might be helpful as we look at our spend going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. Happy to do that.
Vice Chair Ellis?
I go back to what I said originally. We adopted a budget that we thought we were going to need a millage rate of 9.3724 to fund. The digest came in higher, 8.7 or 8.87, our current rate will fund that. What you've brought up to her and recommended us, doesn't have anything to do about healthcare. I mean, just go back to healthcare. Number one, we spend more money on healthcare than any county in the state by a multiple of about 4 to 5. It's an important issue. It's a real issue. A lot of the stuff you're talking about, they're not quantifiable things that are before us that we know we got to commit to spend on right now. They're idea in nature. The jail thing is a real thing that's before us that we've got to figure out how to fund. So I'm not going to be in support of any higher millage rate that's just going to generate some sort of additional funding that we're going to put into something that we didn't allocate into our budget this year. I'm not really sure that that the notion of like, hey, we're going to adopt a higher rate and it's going to generate some other funds, or we're going to take those excess funds and it's going to be seed money to fund a new jail. I'm not really sure that that's the right thing either. Right now, as I look at this, I would say more that, we can vote, I guess, to advertise at whatever rate. I'm not going to prove a 9.3724 number. But I think we ought to work towards trying to hold our rate at 8.87 and then figure out ways to generate revenue on top of that to deal with these other issues that we have. We've talked about them. If you go back in here, flip this. One of the things, for example, stay on that page. Go back. One of the things, for example, that we've talked about is this TAD piece. I mean, our digest, we're saying, if you're telling me that essentially our digest grew 11.81 on a net basis, but TADS grew 36%. That's what that's saying, right?
TAD at 9.3724 mils. TAD billings will be $62 million compared to $46 million.
60, yeah, I mean, so look at that. I mean, and, you know, that's a conversation. I mean, it's a tough conversation, but that's a conversation that we got to have. There's money. That's taxpayer money. A lot of it, and a lot more of it. And we've got two specific areas that we're talking about. One with concrete defined stuff that we've got to fund, and the other that has some things that are somewhat concrete, but generally a little bit more nascent, and we don't know exactly what they are, right? I'm acknowledging that there are issues with that, and there are things that we're trying to get our arms around. But we don't have the funding really for either one of them. But yet there's $62 million of taxpayer money going into those, that's county, that otherwise would be flowing into the county coffers. Not saying all of that needs to revert to us, but it's a conversation that we've got to have. If that's growing at 3 times the rate of what our digest is, and quite honestly, kind of where the services that we're talking about are going into, they're largely serving a large portion of that area that sits many times within those TADs. So, you know, I don't know what the right number is, but I'm certainly not in favor of a 9.3724 millage rate. I'm pretty reluctant to vote on just even advertising at it. So.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
Does this recommendation include the conversation around sales tax that we had? I mean, because while I'm adamant about money for emergent care, what Commissioner Ellis said, you know, does make sense. And so to the extent that there are other sources of revenue like sales tax, and so that's why I'm just wondering, does this include any potential sales tax?
No comment.
Not other than what we're currently receiving as local option sales tax. When you look at the 5-year model, we can show you how having some additional sales tax money would affect the impact on the millage rate of funding things like the incremental costs associated with a replacement jail, or funding a healthcare bridging plan, or, you know, that would include the provision of some more emergency healthcare services. So we can show you that, but currently it's based only on the portion of the 1 penny local option sales tax that the county is currently entitled to.
And so is this time sensitive that we have to do this today?
Yes, we need to go ahead and approve a millage rate for advertising purposes so that we can, in August, set a final millage rate, which will allow the tax commissioner then to complete the billing process for this year. So again, this would be the ceiling for the millage rate for this year.
Not to exceed.
Yes, this would be the ceiling. And when we come back at that second meeting in August, the board would be able to adopt then that millage rate or anything below that millage rate. We would not be able to go above that millage rate because that would trigger a whole nother round of advertising and public hearings. So this would set the ceiling of the millage rate for 2023, but it's not the final millage rate.
Yeah, but that doesn't do me any good because there's no emergent care in there. I mean, like, how can I support that as the ceiling without any emergent care being included? And we don't have enough, you know, like.
Commissioner, the issue with you know, what you're talking about is if we are to even have the funds to do that now, we don't have a way to put it in the budget without going through the process of, you know, readopting our budget. We already have a budget that was set at the beginning of the year for 2023, and the proposal that you have before you is for us to generate the revenue that will support, that budget that the board approved for 2023. So we've been working within the existing budget to be able to fund some of the issues that, are coming to our attention. But, nothing we can do right now to, put $100 million more in the budget without going through the process of, readopting the budget.
Well, I'm not talking about readopting the budget. Right here, 1% change equals $7 million, right? Each meal, 72 million, 73 million. So I'm not talking about readapting the budget. I'm talking about, what we're talking about is the millage rate. And what I'm saying to you is, I think even your unlike Commissioner Ellis, who can't support it at this level, I'm telling you, I'm reluctant to support that as a ceiling because I know that there's other emergent needs that will be needed. But I understand it is for this year, and we're not going to be providing that emergency or emergent care this year, but that doesn't mean we're not going to need the money. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely do not support a 9.3724 millage rate. So to whoever that was on the Zoom earlier, yes, you are correct. I have had the pleasure of serving 2 districts. This will be my 12th year in a BOC office, 6 originally as Chief of Staff to the late Commissioner Joan Garner, and now in my 6th year as Commissioner. And I do know exactly what my constituents want and need because I'm consistently on the ground in the community with them, hearing directly from them, receiving texts, calls, emails, social media inbox messages, and everything else, all times of the day and night, holidays and weekends. And so I'm very in tune with what they need and what they want. And I know that they do not want a 9.3724 millage rate. And I will not raise that on the backs of the hardworking residents of Fulton County who have spoken with me about this. And I trust our county executives because I have attended many a meeting, not only in the 12 years in a BOC office, but also the other years that I was here in the IT department as an IT executive, having to prepare my director at that time to come before the BOC with a lot of new technology and hearing those meetings. So I trust the county executives. I've seen where Sharon and Hakeem and others have had to come together to find funding, and they did. And I give them that charge and trust them to be able to do that. And I just want to add a suggestion. I think that you should become more involved in NACO because I've sat in many sessions at NACO where other counties have figured out ways to get funding, and there's so much funding in so many different areas and resources available from the federal government and all levels. So I would challenge you to attend NACO and find out how other counties are doing these things. Thank you so much.
Any other comments? Oh. Commissioner Barrett?
I just have a quick question. If this does not pass, what happens to the schedule?
If this doesn't pass today, then it will bump the schedule to the point that we would come forward with a different proposed millage rate recommendation on August the 2nd, and probably push us to the first meeting in September, being able to approve a millage rate in its final form, which will slow the billing process down at least 2 weeks, if not 3. So again, this is the ceiling for advertising purposes, and we would hold the 3 required public hearings and come back in August with a final millage rate where the board would be able to decide 9.374 or anything less than that.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? The Vice Chair Ellis?
Yeah, I'll just to challenge ourselves a little bit, I'll offer a substitute motion to advertise at a maximum rate of, I'm kind of split the difference here of 9.1.
I'll second that.
All right, substitute motion, was it 9.1? 9.1 versus the 9.37. Properly moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on that? Any observations, Madam CFO?
I didn't, that's wrong, Chairman. It says moved by Khadijah Abdul-Rahman. That's incorrect.
No,
sir.
that
Oh,
was
okay,
on
thank
the
you.
original motion.
All righty.
Right. Now, the substitute motion, the motion was made by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. So, Madam CFO, your thoughts on reducing it from the advertised rate from the 9.3 to 9.1?
It would reduce the amount that we would have available then to carry forward to help offset costs in the future. Other than that, I don't have any other comment. We need something that we can advertise today to get the process started.
All right, if the substitute motion prevails, that will be the ceiling that will be advertised, the 9.1. Everybody clear on that? Not the final, but it would not be able to exceed the 9.1 when we come back in August. All right, no further comments. Let's vote on the substitute motion by Commissioner Ellis, which was seconded by Commissioner Thorne.
And the vote is open on the substitute. And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, back to the main motion, which was to approve. That motion was made by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett, which is the 9.37. That will be the advertised rate for the ceiling, meaning not to exceed that when we come back in August on the current schedule. But there is flexibility in that schedule, I might add. Vice Chair, you want to be heard? All right, on the, any questions about what's before us now? The 9.37, advertising purposes only. All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 3 nays.
Motion fails. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we got to give, we got to reach a consensus. I mean, we can't, this is not, so somebody needs to proffer something up again. How many votes did we have on both those matters? Did everybody vote? How many on the second one?
3 yeas, 3 nays.
The original one was the second.
Okay. So did everybody vote on all of them?
3 yeas, 3 nays. On the substitute, I forget what the substitute was. Substitute failed.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Chair, I would look for your leadership on this. What would you recommend that we do? Because we need to be able to advertise this and move forward. We got to ultimately get to a schedule where we can bill. I mean, it's ultimately something's going to be on the floor. As you've noted, this is a max. So.
Yeah, this is a max, and I'll sound like a broken record, but this is where we earn our stripes. We vote for stuff during the year. Now comes the time to pay for it. We load it up, but now you got to pay for it.
So what would you proffer up as an advertisement?
I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm with
Well, you do. You're the chair. I mean,
just a minute.
okay.
Just a minute. With Commissioner Arrington, when it comes for me, I've said this before, choosing between funding a $2 billion plus jail versus a hospital in South Fulton County, that's not even debatable with me. So we put all this time on the jail, very little time on this hospital, so I'm with Commissioner Arrington on that. All right.
Well, I'll play again. I'll offer up another substitute motion. We move to advertise at a maximum rate of 9.05 mils. That's my motion.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion.
Yes, all right. Just a minute now. The motion now is a 9.05 versus the recommended 9.3 made by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne.
So, Commissioner Ellis, what I appreciate, number one, you keeping this open and making another recommendation. But the fact that it's lower than your original recommendation, which only got 2 votes, I don't think it gets us closer to where we need to be. I think to get us closer to where we would need to be, it would have to be in between the 9.1 that you originally recommended and the 9.3 to, maybe even try to get us there. So I don't know if you'll accept a friendly amendment or we can just vote on it and then maybe I can make another motion.
If you would desire to make a motion, you feel it's a second to, I am fine withdrawing, and you telling me that what's on the floor here will fail, then I'm fine withdrawing my motion and let you make a substitute.
So y'all not gonna like the substitute I'm gonna make. I'm going higher.
Then hold on.
Just a minute, just a minute. Come on.
I guess for the purpose of compromise here today, I'll make a recommendation at 9.2724. For the purpose of compromise of trying to get 4. I really want it higher than that, but.
All right, the substitute motion on the floor now, properly moved and seconded, is 9.05. Right, I'm sorry, yeah. Was it 9.05?
Yeah, but I said I was willing to withdraw that.
Are you?
Yes.
All right, now that'll depend. Are you willing to withdraw your second first? All right, yes? Okay, she withdraws her second. The maker of the motion withdraws his motion. So, Commissioner Arrington.
So my motion is to approve, since we were unable to get the 9.3724 approved and there was support for 9.1, I'd like to make a motion that we approve it at 9.2724 mils.
All right, the motion by Commissioner Arrington is for an advertised rate not to exceed 9.27, seconded by Commissioner Abdur Rahman. Now, all this does is cause us to, it's not fatal. We have special meetings, we can delay it a little bit, but we can get through this. But here's the motion that's on the floor now. Everybody want to be heard in this lineup? Everybody okay with where we are?
I do not want to be heard.
Do not?
Do not.
All right. Let's vote then on the 9.27.
And the vote is open on the 9.2724. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
On page 8, 230455, Finance, request approval of the July 12, 2023 budget soundings.
Madam CFO, quickly, it's 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 2 items before you today. One is a annual hardware and software maintenance license support agreement for additional funding, or a vendor name change, I'm sorry, from Accessible Solutions, Inc. to Accessible Solutions, LLC. There's no funding associated with that. And then from the Risk Fund, we have a request from the County Attorney's Office for additional funding for outside counsel in the amount of $2 million.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Arrington and seconded by Commissioner Abdur Rahman. Please vote. Madam Clerk, let's go.
No, there's no, you need to remove that.
Different item.
All right, I'll keep up now. It's 1 o'clock.
Okay, we have the mover as Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, and now seconder is Commissioner Barrett.
Correct. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Come on, guys.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas.
All right,
0
next item.
nays. 230158, Human Resource Management as amended. Request approval of an agreement with Care.com in an amount not to exceed $632,000 to implement the proposed plan designed to extend a child care dependent care benefit to eligible employees.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention.
Next item.
230456, request approval of revisions to the lateral transfer policy.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Hall?
Yes, let's see, page 2. It says, this revision would allow departments, well, first let's start with, this is to permit an appointing authority to initiate the lateral transfer of an employee with or without the employee's approval. And it goes on to say this revision would allow departments to initiate the lateral transfer of employees when appropriate to provide for the most efficient and effective use of resources. So 2 questions. This is allowing an appointing authority to do a lateral transfer of an employee without them even knowing?
Commissioner, no, not without their knowing, but without their approval. Currently, as it stands right now, the lateral transfer policy and procedure is initiated solely by the employee. The employee comes to that department head and says, well, I would like to be transferred to another department. And that could start a process within the HR system, or that employee can compete for a position and get a transfer on their own accord with competition for the position. So what we're trying to do here, and we've had some situations where department heads have indicated that, whether it's lack of work or reassignment, or you might be better served in this other department, that they've reached out to their colleague, they and their colleague have come to an agreement. There's a suitable position that the individual can qualify for. HR has validated their qualification, and the lateral move, which is the most important, at least for HR, there's no impact to the employee's compensation. And because the employee has refused to sign, so now we're at a stalemate and potentially could lead to a situation where, because of lack of work, or maybe a situation where that employee may not have been a good fit for their current environment, we now have to separate that individual versus redistributing them to another location that would better fit their skill sets.
So I heard you say that these are generally initiated by the employee, but then you said there have been instances where the employee refused the lateral transfer. So I'm assuming that would be one of those situations where the employee did not initiate the lateral.
That's correct.
Okay. Because I know personally from working in a department here that I've seen where these lateral transfers were initiated by the manager or the department head for various reasons, and the employee did not know until it was brought to them. So I'm just trying to see how this works. And then also, it's very vague. It says this revision would allow departments to initiate the lateral transfer. Is there a specific person in the department or a specific level of management that can initiate the transfer?
Well, all the initiation, of course, we'll have some conversation with a supervisor to the appointing authority, but the communication that comes to HR has to come from the appointing authority. We wouldn't take it from a lower level supervisor or manager.
Okay, and so how will it be handled when an employee does not approve of it? They are forced to transfer, and then what happens?
If you adopt the provision that we proposed and the employee refuses, well, I think, Commissioner, we would have to have a conversation with that employee as to what the rationale are. And let me just take a step back. In our current procedure, there is a conversation that should happen between the department head and the employee as to why we're doing this, so that the employee understands the rationale for the transfer and how it's beneficial both for the employee and or the organization. So let me first preference that we would definitely want to have that conversation, and not like what you've said, where you walk in on a Monday and you find out that your desk and all your stuff has been cleaned out and you're in a different unit or department.
All right, I just want to have that conversation because there will be those times where an employee does not approve and will think that they have some kind of recourse, some kind of action that they can take to combat this. So, thank you.
Coach Thorne.
I just had a quick question because I didn't quite understand what the change is. It said there's approval of revisions, but when I look at the actual personnel policy, there's no red marks or lines out. So just for clarification.
Yes, Commissioner. So I circulated a document early yesterday morning when I realized that the two documents that were attached were identical, even though it says red line copy and a clean copy. So what we're striking out, Commissioner, from the existing policy in the first line is after the word permit is employees to request. So we're suggesting that be stricken out. And then in the second sentence, after the word transfer, we're striking the word request. And if you want, Commissioner, I could bring you a copy so you could have it right in front of you so you could see it for yourself.
That's good, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you. What about the receiving appointing authority?
Well, Commissioner, in this conversation, it's a conversation between HR, the department that is willing to transfer the employee, and then the department that is willing to receive the employee. So everything has to line up. So it has to be where the receiving department has a position that's within the same grade, has the funding available to maintain the employee's salary with no loss in compensation, and they are also willing to accept them because they see the benefit of getting that resource into their department right now versus trying to recruit or hire someone to fill that void. And then after that, then it's the conversation, or the conversation with the employees also happening at the same time.
So does this amendment allow the employee or the appointing authority, or this removes the employee's ability to do it?
It's now both. So now it will allow both the employee or the appointing authority to initiate a transfer.
Or how about, could the receiving appointing authority initiate the transfer?
Well, I think I would say no, because it has to start from where the employee is coming from to have the conversation with the receiving authority, unless the receiving appointing authority has a conversation with, like for me, if the sheriff says, well, Mr. Herman, I want Stacy to come over and help me with my HR operation. Well, he's have the conversation with me. I have to make the decision whether or not I can live without Stacy. Well, the answer is no, so Sheriff Labatt, don't get any ideas in your head. And if I said yes, then I will now start the process with the HR department, said, well, I'm agreeing to transfer Stacy Jones to the sheriff. We've identified a position for her to function in. It's funded. It's no loss or compensation. The department heads will sign a document. Stacy Jones will receive a copy of that document and or sign that document. and now her new place of residency within the county moved from the HR department to the sheriff's department.
Okay, thank you.
Heard the motion on the floor, excuse me, is to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230457, External Affairs, request approval of a fiscal agent agreement between Fulton County and on behalf of Fulton County Reparations Task Force with the Atlanta University Center Consortium.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Barrett. We have a motion on the floor to approve.
Mr. Chair, I was going to call the question, but I'm happy to let Commissioner Barrett go before me since she is in the queue.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions that are really not to the content of reparations, but more to the contract itself. And so my question is, on Exhibit A that's provided, that's the only definition of scope of work. In the contract itself, it just refers to Exhibit A, and I am concerned that the scope of work is not fully fleshed out, in that the fiduciary agent part of it seems to be very detailed, but in terms of the actual responsibility for the report itself is not really there. It talks about the AUCC being responsible for working with the task force to identify and hire a project manager and to ensure deliverables, and then also to hire research consultants and assistants with the right skills and expertise to do research. But it doesn't actually list the deliverables as a responsibility. So I feel like that should be in here. What are the deliverables we can expect from AUCC back to the task force? Like, what are we paying? This reads like we're sort of just paying $210,000 for administrative work and not actually the report itself. So I'm just concerned that the scope of work needs to be better fleshed out.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. I am going to, Mr. Stewart looks like he is looking over, but I'd like to ask him to weigh in, because he did, Commissioner Barrett's question was about the scope of work, which several folks worked on this, including the task force members, the county attorney's office, and we also worked with Ms. Trung Whitaker from purchasing and contract compliance. So, Mr. Stewart, would you like to weigh in on the scope of work specifically?
Well, I know that you all attempted to get a defined scope of work, and there were several attempts at that, and what they provided is what we attached. That's the only thing I can add at this point.
Good morning, Fran Calhoun, External Affairs. Good afternoon. Commissioner Barrett, the $210,000 is a combined amount for both the, for the administrative fee of $21,000, that's a 10%. Those are the indirect costs that would be directly benefiting the Atlanta University Center Consortium. The rest of those dollars, the balance of that would actually be paid to researchers, research assistants, for fees associated with getting vital records and the like.
Sorry, can you break down those amounts again?
The $210,000 would be broken down. 10% of that on the top of it would be the administrative fee. Those are the indirect costs. The balance of that would go to the empirical study, all of the research associated with that. They anticipate right now hiring 1 to 5 researchers, some research assistants, administrative support to work on this project from now through October of 2024.
Well, I get that, but that still doesn't answer my question. I hear what you're saying, and I read that part, so but it doesn't, there is no deliverable here. That is, there's people hired with the right skills, but there's no deliverable listed for the $210,000. And I get that those 5 people will ostensibly be doing that work, but I feel like the contract should include what they're going to give us back. So if you can adjust the scope of work, I mean, I would be comfortable holding this and approving it at the next meeting if we have I mean, I'm fine with us moving forward. I just want to make sure that we're not just contracting for people to do some stuff and we're not gonna, you know, they could come back at the end of this and give us a report that we're not satisfied with, and they can say, well, we were only contractually obligated to do research, you know, or whatever.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. I think that's helpful feedback. The discussions that I was part of, there were a final report, a draft report that would be a previous deliverable. So I think that's something that can be clarified in the contract, and that's helpful feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it says that the task force will give us a report back, but it doesn't say that AUCC managed folks or hired folks will provide that. That's really all I'm looking for, just to clean that up.
I understand.
If you want to, I'm happy to support it now, knowing that y'all will fix that, but, or to hold it whichever way works for you.
I think that's something the county attorney's office can fix in the final before it is fully executed.
It's a, what? Yeah, it's just a friendly amendment to shore up the contract a bit, that's all.
So what's the friendly amendment?
Just to shore up the contract to include the deliverables
To shore up to include the deliverable, what does that
in
mean?
Exhibit A. And I spoke to the county attorney about this briefly yesterday, so she knew what I was looking for.
All right, the motion on the floor is made by Commissioner Hall. Are you accepting that as a friendly amendment? I'm not sure what that means, but the maker accepts that.
But you all understand and can get that done, yes?
Yes. Yes, we can do that. As we discussed yesterday, the description that's currently in the draft of the contract that's attached to the item is not legally deficient. It doesn't render the contract deficient. But if we don't get what we expected and want to enforce, at that point, it will become important that there are specific deliverables identified so that we can say we did not get what we contracted for. So I think we understand the task to make that very specific, and also to make it clear that it is an obligation of the contractors, as opposed to the obligation is on the task force. The reason why the board is hearing this is because Fulton County will be a party to the contract because the task force is not capable of entering into a contract. So to make that clear, I think we understand what the board is proposing in this substitute motion, and we can add that.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve with the friendly amendment.
I won't call the question.
Okay. All right, the Commissioner Arrington's in the queue. The call of question, is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Raise a point of order, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think the motion's out of order. You allow discussion to take place when other people were already in the queue.
I mean, I was first in the queue. I allowed Commissioner Barrett to go before me and made the announcement that I was going to do exactly what I did. So I don't.
Madam Parliamentarian.
Is the objection that Vice Chair Ellis was in the queue and not permitted to speak, or that discussion was had after the question was called?
Well, all right, this is not complicated. At the time, Commissioner Arrington,
Objection is.
at the time, Commissioner Arrington had the floor. He signaled that he was going to make a motion to call the question, but he would yield to Commissioner Barrett, which he did. Now, I would rule that that would be out of order, because in calling the question, when you call the question first words out of your mouth, I call the question, and you get a second, we immediately go to the vote. So that would be my ruling, but I'm not the parliamentarian.
If I recall the sequence of events correctly, after he yielded to Commissioner Barrett, it sounded like Commissioner Arrington essentially that he said he indicated he would make that motion, yielded to Commissioner Barrett, and then subsequently made the motion. If that's what the record indicates, then I think the motion was actually made at the end of that sequence after Commissioner Barrett's comments were made. In which case it would be duly before the board at this time.
So you're saying your ruling is that his motion was proper?
Properly made after he yielded
All right,
to.
I disagree with that, but she's a parliamentarian. Let's vote then on the call of the question.
And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 3 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, back to the, who's in the queue? All right, Commissioner Thorne?
Wow, glad I get to speak. Thank you. My task force member on the board has been censored and told he cannot speak. So I'm glad I can kind of speak out on this issue.
Wait, what do you?
My task force, my reparations task force appointee on this board has been told, he's been given an executive order that he's not allowed to speak.
Executive order by whom?
The chair of the reparations task
Oh,
force.
that's nonsense, but you have the floor.
So for me, I just struggle because this is just such a divisive concept. And I feel like it's just going to hurt Fulton County. It's just going to rip us apart. You know, we heard in public comment how, you know, people are going to be paying for it. This is coming out of taxpayer dollars to pay. Eventually, this $210,000 is coming out of taxpayer dollars, whatever reparations, whatever they decide, whatever they find, they're going to make the taxpayers pay for it. And we don't have money for a jail. We don't have money for a hospital, Commissioner Arrington. That's what we need to be focusing on. I feel like, you know, their research is cutting off at 1980. Can we not look at beyond 1980? What great things this county has done for the people in the community. Can we not look at what the $3 billion that we put into Grady? What demographic does that serve? Can we look at MARTA? What demographic does that serve? Our community grant blocks, our homeless programs, our rental assistance programs, everything that this county is doing, and all of our community service partners. I was so disappointed when I talked to the chair and of the reparations task force, and she said, it's just $210,000. $210,000, I just think of what our community service partners who are getting 30, 40. You know, I just did packed meals with Hosea Feeds the Hungry, what they could do with $210,000. Instead, we're getting 5 researchers that are just digging and digging and digging and digging, trying to find something. They haven't found anything definitive. They think they might. So that's really just hard for me to struggle as representing my district and the taxpayers in my district. I feel like we are short on money. We don't have extra money. And I believe the concept of reparations is hurtful. As a coach who's coached hundreds of kids in youth athletics, as a mom of 4 kids, as a husband, as a wife that has a husband that's coached for 25 years, I feel like the whole concept is horrible. What message does it send to the youth in our community? Are we sending a message that, look, there was something, and we're going to find something that hurt you in the past. You don't even know it hurt you yet, but somehow it's carrying over. We're making our youth be victims. We're not empowering our youth. So that's what really hurts me. I have a really good friend, my husband's best friend. He was a tennis player. grew up in Alabama. And I talked to him, and he said, you know, Bridget, because of my skin color, I had a lot of bad things happen to me. I had a lot of great things happen to me, too, because of my skin color. He says, you know, I always focused on a serenity prayer to accept things, just accept things that I cannot change, and the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So for me, I just don't think this is a wise expenditure of our money. I know it was rolled in the budget when we approved that massive budget back in January, but I just can't pay for it at this time with the state of our county is, because we need a jail and we need hospital care for South Fulton.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Ellis?
Just a few questions on that. Was this competitively bid?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm going to ask the purchasing director to please comment on that.
No, Commissioner, it was not. It was pursuant to the sole source because of the unique nature of the reparations, the historical.
Okay, so it wasn't competitively bid?
It was not competitively bid.
So this was shaped and fashioned, sole source, fit into a number that was dropped in sort of without,
Well, the number
really.
came, I'm sorry, the number came from the Board of Commissioners.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it really wasn't, yeah, it was sort of backed into from that. It wasn't a competitively bid thing. There's a notion in here that it's auto renews.
Commissioner, excuse me, Mr. Vice Chair,
Mm-hmm.
As I understand it, the timeframe to produce this research would be the final report expected by October 2024. And the Board of Commissioners, all of our contracts do not carry over after a calendar year because of our fiscal year ending on December 31st. Because this work is beginning now, and that would be the expected timeframe to produce the study. Number one, there was a request to carry over the funds that were allocated in this fiscal year into the next, and then to allow that work to continue through that October 2024 timeline.
So what's the value of this contract? Is it
$210,000.
total? I mean, regardless
Correct.
of whether there's a period of time in which it?
$210,000.
There won't be additional funding for next year. I mean, auto renewal implies to me you've got like something that you're renewing that at $210,000.
I think perhaps the language could more accurately read that the purchase order would carry for the $210,000 to produce this work would carry forward into the next fiscal year upon approval of resources from this Board of Commissioners.
Okay. So we don't have funding to do what we need to do, but we're going to like authorize expenditures on research to potentially reach a conclusion about something, to pay some funds that we don't have any funding to do. And we did not competitively bid it. It's sole source. It's backed into a number. It's lack of clarity in terms around what the deliverables are, but we'll go ahead and put it forth anyway. That's what we're being asked to consider. Thanks.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Call the question.
All right, is there a second? All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote on the call of the question only.
Okay, and the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, back to the main motion, which is to approve. Let's vote on the main motion, which is to approve.
And the vote is open.
Let's vote, please.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
Thank you.
230458, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to increase spending authority in the amount of $494,624 to provide replacement and installation of new roof system.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Arts and Libraries, 230459, request approval of 5 contracts related to the fiscal year 2023 Special Project Commissioner Initiatives Arts Funding recommendations.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Vice Chair Ellis, you have the floor.
Would these types of items not be the types of things that are funded through our contract for services program?
David Manuel, Arts and Culture Director. What was the question again?
Would these programs not be the type of things that would otherwise be funded through submissions that would be evaluated and approved through our contract for services program?
They could be, but I don't think these were. And so these were special programs that were approved by the commissioners.
Okay. I just want to go on record. I think this is bad practice. We got things, we have clearly a program for these, regardless of the quality of any of these particular items or organizations. I think they should go through the same type of contract review and submission that other arts partners go through.
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
I agree with you, but at this point, we've already done those grants, and this was approved in January, so it's kind of hard to retro and go back. But what is the Q Parker Legacy Foundation? I don't remember that one.
It was a name change, and so we did a memo, we did an agenda, it was a name change, but it was the same group.
What was the group originally?
I have to check my notes. The original.
It was Orchestra Noir, because I made the motion, and Q Parker sings with them, but they do not have a local facilities. And so they do not activate locally, so he's the only one, with the one that could do it locally.
That's right.
Okay.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, next item.
On page 9, under Health and Human Services, 230460, Senior Services, request approval to increase spending authority in an amount not to exceed $1,134,963.80 to provide congregate and home-delivered meals.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, 1:34, I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session, issues of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Let's vote, please.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, now remember, after this meeting, Commissioners, we have a work session, so we're doing okay. We'll try to get back on schedule.
Recording stopped.
Madam Clerk? All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, items from executive session?
Yes, Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation in items 1 and 2 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for settlement authority in item 5 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote. That's probably, I think.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Is there a motion to approve the contract identified in item 6 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. It is seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
And the final item, is there a motion to approve the settlement agreement in the add-on item? I'm sorry, the settlement authority in the add-on item discussed in executive session.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 9, Commissioners' action items, 230383, request approval of an ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinances in order to impose a distribution requirement before a member of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners may place a proposed resolution or ordinance on the agenda for consideration or final vote, to require the proposed resolution or ordinance to appear as a discussion item at the first meeting in which it is introduced and voted on at the second meeting, and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, what's your pleasure? Is there a motion? Is there a motion? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
So I think we might need to hold this, because I think that we all, I mean, I'm happy to approve it, but I think there's another item that's similar to this. And I think Commissioner Ellis and Barrett and I were going to get together, and we have not had the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, the other item is the discussion item that is the committee of the whole. It's sort of a based off of this one, the jumping off point, and because of Commissioner Arrington's family situation, we didn't proceed as we had intended over the last couple of weeks. So I'm happy to discuss it further in the discussion item and/or hold all of that for later, whatever everybody else wants to do.
Where is the other one you're talking
It's
about?
it's a discussion item on page, I believe it's on page, page 11, it's 23-0468. There, it's sort of the continuation of this one we're talking about right now, so.
So what's your pleasure? Is a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington? There's no second yet? Say-
We're gonna motion to hold on yours?
All right, motion to hold, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote on the motion to hold.
And the motion, vote is open on the motion to hold. It passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
230384, request approval of an ordinance to amend Fulton County Code of Laws to provide fair and open, transparent procedure for the Board of Commissioners to make full board appointments to various boards, commissions, task force, committees, councils, and authorities affiliated with or operating on behalf of Fulton County and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner
All
Arrington.
right, is there a motion? All right, motion to hold, is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Let's vote on the motion to hold, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
230462, request approval of resolution to exercise Fulton County's home rule powers to amend local law to clarify the process for appointing members of the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections and for other purposes.
All right, is there a motion? Commissioner Arrington. All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington. It is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions or comments here? All right, Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis.
So we have active litigation involving this particular process, correct?
Yes.
So I have no idea why in the world, number one, we're putting forth a resolution. We're in the middle of active litigation. And you've already opined in terms of what you feel our position is, but yet this resolution would seek to somehow state something that we already say that we already have the power for anyway. So are we not comfortable with what we stated?
I stand by my position as to what the statute says, the law says.
So if it's not what it says, then that's not what the legislature intended when they wrote it. And then we're going to try to supersede that with, I don't know. I just think that this is inappropriate for us to be dealing with at this point in time, or quite frankly, ever. Whereas before it's in active litigation, the court's going to rule on it one way or the other. We'll find an answer, what the law actually supposedly means. That'd be motion to file, substitute motion to file.
All right, substitute motion to file. I'll second that. Let's vote on the motion to file. All right, just a minute. Substitute motion on the floor now to file. To file, throw it in the trash can. Look, and that's what it means. Commissioner Hall.
So this is what is in litigation right now? What? No, I'm sorry. This is in litigation right now?
It's pertaining to the same Georgia law that the currently pending litigation filed by the Republican Party of Fulton County
Oh,
pertains
that
to.
litigation. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard?
Yes,
Commissioner
absolutely.
Arrington.
Yes, absolutely. The law is very clear. It says the commission or the governing authority shall appoint, right, based on the nominations that we receive. The only way that my vote can be gotten is if I vote for it. Nobody can tell me how to vote. Nobody can tell any commissioner up here how to vote. Okay? So the fact that it says the commissioners shall means that the commissioners have the authority to vote their conscience. That's what it says. But because these people act like they can't read or comprehend English, we are clarifying it. I want to be real clear. The language is very clear. It says the commission, the governing authority shall. The governing authority shall. In order for this governing authority to act, there has to be an affirmative vote of 4 commissioners. 4 commissioners, not the governor, not the president, not my mother or my father that just passed can tell me how to vote. Okay? So the only way we get a vote is if the commissioners vote on it. That's the only way that there is an act of the commission. There has to be an affirmative vote of 4 commissioners. And nobody, not the legislature, I don't care, the Supreme Court, nobody can tell me how to vote. Nobody. I vote my conscience. And I believe every other person up here does the same. So the idea that someone would say that we have to vote for something because somebody made a nomination is absolutely retarded. It's retarded for someone to submit that. It makes no sense. Why would someone think they could tell me how to vote? I wish they would.
Commissioner Thorne?
Could you explain how you using home rule to amend the legislation?
If there is a law that only pertains to Fulton County and there is no other general provision made statewide, then through the county's home rule powers, it can change that law that is specific to Fulton County in its application.
Because it seems like most boards have had to go through the legislature to make changes to their law. Even you cited Gwinnett County directly. The parties appoint their seats to the Board of Registration Elections. But when they made changes to how their chair was selected, they had to go through the legislation. And we even put on our website, due to the law, HB 656 authorizes Fulton County Board of Commissioners to independently appoint the Fulton County chair. So when is it, because elections, federal and state elections are federal and state, they run that. We don't run that. And we're saying how our elections are going to be run. We're dictating a state and federal election that the state has authority over.
So I think that's a kind of philosophical objection to the way that home rule works. Going to the legislature is certainly an option, and that's one of the ways that it can be changed. But where there is no other provision made that preempts it for statewide rule, and where the Georgia law pertains only to our county, it is within the home rule powers of the county to seek to change that and amend that language.
Well, even if you're going to change it, isn't there a process that you have to go through to change it?
There is a home rule process, which is why it has some advertising requirements, et cetera, so that the public can weigh in on it. And it can't be done, for example, it is not going to be changed today, even if it were voted and approved.
It would be it has to go through a couple meetings, be put in the organ, all that kind of stuff, correct?
Yes, it would have to follow all of the home rule requirements for advertisement and for waiting a certain number of weeks in order to take the final vote, which cannot be done today.
Okay, well, I want to make maybe an alternate motion just to change the legislation to let the parties, and not go through us, let the parties appoint the members to the board. Whoever they desire that they seem fit to represent them on the board, like Gwinnett County. I made a motion.
What was your motion?
My motion is to change it so that the parties get to choose. It'll put the lawsuit to rest. The parties get to choose directly who they want on the Board of Registration Elections without us having us approve them at all, like Gwinnett County.
I believe there's a motion already on the
Yeah, I was
floor.
going to say, the motion on the floor is to file. That motion.
Oh, that's true. Sorry.
That motion on the floor is to file by Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis, and I seconded the motion to file. So let's dispose of that motion first. All right, anybody else want to be heard on the motion to file? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to file. And the motion to file passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
On page 10, 230431, request approval of ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Resolutions relating to budgetary controls for members of the Board of Commissioners to provide for inclusion of paid interns as a permissible use of commissioners' budgets and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Hall, as amended.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington and seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Ellis?
I know we had some discussion on this. It's the last meeting, so I won't duplicate it. I'll just offer a substitute motion to deny.
All right, motion to deny. Is there a second? I'll second. Discussion? All right, let's vote. Motion on the floor is to deny.
You had second, Mr. Chair.
I did.
Okay, there you
What?
Second.
What am I supposed to do?
Oh, it's already there.
Oh. All right, let's vote. The motion is to deny.
And the vote is open on the motion to deny. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Next item.
230463, request approval of an ordinance to amend the general provisions and county governing authority to create a new section of the Fulton County Code of Laws to define and provide a procedure for the Board of Commissioners to make district nominations to various boards, commissions, task force committees, councils, and authorities affiliated with or operating on behalf of Fulton County. Sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Hall. All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Commissioner Arrington?
I guess the reason I held mine was because I thought we were gonna hold all of them so that we could have further discussion.
I'm fine with doing that. I'll just say that when we originally talked about your, the one that you had up, Commissioner Arrington, regarding the full board nominations, and we, discussed at the time maybe separating out the district appointments from the full board appointments. This is just the district appointment portion of it, and it's pretty straightforward. We did start working, the county attorney's office and I did start working on the full board appointments per the conversations you and I had, but it's complicated, obviously, so we didn't want to go any further on that one without getting you involved. I'm happy to hold this and make it all part of a group of information if that's easier, but it's really,
I just hadn't had an opportunity to review with what I got going on, so.
All right, well then I'll hold it.
All right, well, here's the problem. Motion on the floor is to approve.
Well, we can-
Properly moved and seconded. You can make a substitute motion to hold.
Okay, substitute motion to hold.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
All right. Substitute motion to hold, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote on the substitute motion to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
230464, request approval of resolution authorizing the county manager and county attorney to negotiate and present to the board an IGA between Fulton County and the City of Atlanta and the Atlanta Board of Education to share its costs related to an independent audit of the appraised value of certain commercial properties located within Fulton County.
All right, the
Sponsored by
motion-
Commissioner Barrett.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hall. All right, Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Colleagues, I brought this issue up for discussion back in February. This is the issue of the potential underassessment of commercial property in Fulton County, resulting in, as our public commenter said this morning, potentially hundreds of millions of lost revenue in tax revenue as it relates to property tax collection from these properties. But perhaps more importantly, this is an issue of inequity in the property tax burden, such that homeowners, especially those with the least expensive homes, those folks are bearing a disproportionate share of the property tax burden as compared to the high-dollar commercial properties. On average, people with homes that are worth $300,000 or less are paying an average of 90%, or they're paying a tax on an average of 90% of fair market value, their assessed value to their fair market value, as compared to these large commercial properties over 15 million. They are paying tax on an assessed value that is 60% of market value on average, some as low as 50% or lower. So as an example, the King and Spalding building in Midtown sold for $465 million in July of 2022, but was appraised for $193 million, less than half, just a few months before that sale took place. Again, we are looking at potentially an unrealized property tax revenue of up to $179 million per year, and that is according to a recent data study by Georgia Tech that I circulated to everybody via email. I believe that was this morning that we did that, or yesterday afternoon. There was a meeting put together by the External Affairs team that included multiple counties. Our tax assessor was on the call. Several other county tax assessors were on the call, and the data was presented to us in that setting. And what's, I think, important to note about the study is that this is not a flaw in the way our tax assessor is doing his job. He's doing a great job with the tools that he has, as are the assessors in the surrounding counties in the metro area. However, there are restrictive state laws that are keeping this situation the way it is, most notably the Georgia law that everyone refers to as 299C, which has to do with appeals. There has been a lot of news coverage of this issue over a variety of years, starting, I believe, in 2018. And there has also been a lot already done to prove this problem exists and to try to address it. Some examples are the City of Atlanta conducting a study in 2019, Julian Benet, who spoke at public comment, providing independent research both to the city and the county on multiple occasions, the Georgia Tech study I just referred to, and my predecessor, Commissioner Morris, who was very passionate about this issue, also requested an audit related to this in 2019, and he also worked with state legislators to try to address this at the state level. I have had conversations with members of the Atlanta City Council, the mayor's office, the Atlanta Public School Board. They are as concerned as we are, both about the inequity in the tax burden and the unrealized tax revenue that could be doing a lot of good for our citizens. So after the conversations I've had, in addition to the ones I just mentioned, with External Affairs, with the tax assessor's office, with the county auditor, and with Commissioner Morris, who, as we all know now, serves on the Board of Assessors, I believe we need a multi-pronged approach to solve this problem. Now, the first step was to identify the problem. As I mentioned, that's really already been done. The next step is now to identify all the properties that fall into this category and the reasons for their current valuations, as well as identifying the specific parts of the appeals process where investment could be made to get a better result. I think, all believe that the larger plan needs to also include prioritizing this on our legislative agenda for next session, and I believe that this is something we're already going to do, correct, Jessica? Yeah. And in addition to that, we believe we need to probably work on putting procedures and resources in place on an ongoing basis to continue so that this problem doesn't continue to happen year over year. So in other words, there is potentially a solution at the state level, but we also believe there are things that can be done under the current law to try to mitigate this. So this resolution is really just to get started on this next step of identifying the specific properties and that breakdown of the appeals process. And it asks the county attorney and the county manager to enter into negotiations with the city and with the school board to share the costs associated with this step. And to be very clear, I was approached by folks at the city who offered to help us pay for this. And then I reached out to the school board and asked them if they would be willing to help pay for this, and they are. So this would really just be the first step in negotiating IGAs with both of those groups to help us pay for the cost of this more in-depth audit that our county auditor's office would perform with consultants, again, to get that detailed level of properties that would be actionable and the steps in the appeals process that we could address. So I'm asking for your support on this just to move this to the next step.
Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for Commissioner Barrett for bringing this forward. Couple concerns that I've got relative to this. Really, there's the issue of underassessment, right? Which is sort of, in general, we're underassessed both in residential and commercial. I mean, fact of the matter is, you can go find residential properties and do this analysis, and you'd find similar type things. You could pull out any type of example. The issue related to the commercial property stuff has been discussed. There have been multiple audits on it. And, you know, there are a few things in here that there's certainly a way to weave a story where it becomes sort of an alarming thing that there are this tremendous amount of dollars that are left on the table. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. But I do think in terms of, we've got a lot of work that's already there. And we've already validated kind of what some of the concerns are. I don't think an audit is really going to do us any more good. I think the question really becomes, here's the information for the assessors. Is your response to it? What are you going to do about it? From the legislative standpoint, we've identified these things. We tried to get some stuff done last year, correct? Ms. Corbett, right? And the legislature was non-responsive to it. These facts were known at that point in time. There was an audit done in 2019, this one by the city of Atlanta, and here's what it said. The Board of Assessors does not systematically underassess commercial property compared to residential property when controlled for sales price. While the Board of Assessors tend to underassess higher valued property compared to lower valued properties, this is primarily due to constraints on the Board of Assessors rather than flaw in the practices. The appellate process serves to widen the disparity in the underassessments for higher valued properties compared to lower valued properties. In a lot of these articles that were written in Atlanta Magazine and other types of things, the types of examples that it puts out there, many of these things, number one, it's probably flawed in the notion that is going to result, if they were higher assessed, that they were going to result in much more money coming into the county, the city, or the school board because they're sitting in TADs. You know, properties like, I think it's a Microsoft property that sits in Atlantic Station, Ponce City Market, some of these trophy properties they note are those properties. Also, a number of them, in the way that they cite them, they're properties that they reach completion one year and then they're sold roughly the next year. And you got this timing and when they're assessed versus what the lease value is. You also got, you know, what extent can they factor in tax credits? So to me, I don't think an audit, I mean, the issue is a valid concern, but I don't think doing an audit is going to really further move any of this down the road. I think this is more of a matter for, hey, we have a Board of Assessors. Here's all this data that's been out there in the past. You know what the highest value properties are out there. Come tell us what the issues are and what you need to do about it and what can be done about it, as opposed to go through yet another audit or another study. And the other thing that one of these studies also seems to suggest is that our ratios are really no different than any other metro counties. So that there's something, you know, involved with the dynamics associated with, you know, kind of the properties in metro areas as a whole, in which they may tend to get potentially underassessed. So I don't think it's clearly not a very simple issue. There are true sort of issues of what can you assess and what you account for, and the timing of things, and the information that they have available to them. There's also these dynamics related to appeal that are in there, and there's issues of state law. So I just don't, we've already done a lot of work, we paid for a lot of work. I just don't think doing another audit is really the right approach to go about seeking to further try to tackle this issue. In addition to that, we're also moving into a period where we've got a potentially different dynamic that's going to go on with commercial property when it comes to vacant office space. You know, and it's been highlighted the significant amount of vacant office space that we're already seeing throughout the metro area. So, you know, potentially that problem as it is, if it does exist, begins to normalize. You know, as those properties really maybe don't have the value that they're perceived to have. So, you know, I'm in favor of continue to look at this issue and have discussion around this issue. But I really think it needs to rest with, hey, let's get the assessors down here, ask them real questions, and have them do the work and come back to us, as opposed to have yet another outside group potentially look at something, potentially make recommendations around something that aren't feasible, aren't attainable, and really are not going to help us get at and address the problem.
Commissioner Barrett?
I want to respond to some of those comments directly, Vice Chair Ellis. I understand what you're saying about an audit not being the answer, but I want to be clear that this is not an audit to identify the problem, but rather to give us an actionable list of buildings to answer just some of the things you were talking about. Because what's happening right now is people are doing independent studies, whether it be the city, who has a great interest in seeing this problem solved, or independent folks, or news reporters, or whatever the case. And then you have people on, I don't know that there are really sides here, but I'm gonna say the other side, who will go property by property and pick the ones that for some reason or other in their mind don't actually meet the qualifications. So what we're asking, and what we would be asking in the RFP for the audit, and the auditor's here if we want to get specifics from him on the kind of thing we could get out of this report, but that we would be looking for a literal list of each of the buildings that fit this criteria with the reasons why they are in that condition, so that we know what specific steps we can take to address the problem building by building, property by property. That's what we're looking for here, to go beyond, we know there is a problem, and to start actually looking at what we can do to solve it. And I think what the Georgia Tech study points out is that the biggest disparity occurs in the appeals process. And so what we'd be also asking in the audit is to examine that appeals process and determine where the holes are, where an investment on our part could shore that up and close those holes. Do we not have the right counsel in place to, when we go to appeal? There are multiple things, and I can't say what they are without having that. And by the way, that was pointed out to some extent in the earlier audit that was done. But again, we're looking now for the specific spots where we can shore that up and what kind of resources it would take to do it. So, I understand the reluctance, but I think if we just keep asking the tax assessor, who only has a limited amount of, he can present us with the data, but then we're going to have others coming and disagreeing and saying these are this way for that reason or not for this reason or whatever. As it relates to the TADs, and again, I'm not sure if I really got your exact point on that, but the TADs, any building that was given a tax abatement, which a lot of people blame this problem on tax abatements given by development authorities. And if there was a tax abatement given, then the property is, for all intents and purposes, owned by the development authority that gave the abatement. So it's very easy to see which properties fall into that category, and to eliminate those from this list, should there be, and I don't believe any of the ones that have been brought up actually fall into that category. Now, if you're talking about the fact that if the building sits within a TAD, that we would not recoup the full amount of the tax revenue currently because some of it's staying in the TAD, that's true. But ultimately, we will recoup that when it is corrected. And I take your point on the office space issue as well. But I think the market, for all intents and purposes, these markets go up and down, and everybody that I've talked to in the commercial real estate world believes that these buildings aren't going to be sitting unvacated, or completely vacant rather. That market's going to come back at some level. So I still think it's a worthy pursuit. I think, I don't know, we were not able to ascertain the cost of exactly what this would cost us to do this I'll call it the final audit on this, but split between the three entities, I don't think it would be a major expenditure for us. And if we got only one property, just even the King and Spalding building that I gave as an example, if we only corrected that one property through this process, it would pay for the audit, and we would have additional tax revenue from that. So we're not talking about if we invest wisely here, the return on investment is potentially enormous. And we're talking about all of these big expenses that we have coming up and the unwillingness to raise the millage rate. Well, if this genuinely, the highest number here that, again, is in multiple of these reports, Julian Benet's report as well as the Georgia Tech report, of $179 million per year of unrealized property tax revenue. Now, I'm not saying we're going to collect all of that, but what if we got half of it? What if we got an additional $50 million a year in property tax revenue from these commercial properties? Then we are are taking the burden off the taxpayer, the residential taxpayer, the taxpayer who is just into their first home that is under $300,000, and they are right now, bearing a much higher burden percentage-wise of the tax burden. And if we even collected some of this, we would be doing a great service to our citizens. And by not investigating this further, I think we're doing them a huge disservice. So, I understand the reluctance to try to do something that's hard, but I think, we have an obligation to do things that are hard, and this is one of them. And I just think it's really a worthy pursuit. And, like I said, I've gotten the city, the school board, Commissioner Morris, a lot of people are invested on working together on this, and I think this is a good time to move forward on it, considering all of the expenses we have coming up.
Vice Chair Ellis, and let's vote.
Yeah, I would say, rest assured, I'm fully comfortable with doing hard stuff, right? But doing an audit's not necessarily doing the hard stuff. We've had this stuff, we went through it before, and we didn't get the yield. So when we had this conversation back and we asked Anthony and his team to do this work, we didn't get the yield. And we heard specifically what needed to be done, and a lot of it we did invest more in the assessor's operations. We did give them additional technology to do certain things. There are certain things which they did execute on. There are certain things which they didn't execute on. There are other things which they said, there for a variety of reasons, the details you have, they are wrong. So until they come down here and say, we can give them these 10 properties. Why are they not at this value? Walk me through why or they are not. And if they can articulate that, then that's going to hey, this is fool's gold. It's not money that's going to materialize. If they can't, and it's a different number, and they're going to lose on appeal, articulate why you're going to lose on appeal. Is it a matter of state law, or is it a matter because you don't have the resources necessary to fight the appeal? And I think we had that conversation about, did we want to give them additional money to fight commercial appeals? So it's not that I'm not interested in doing the tough stuff. I just think this is just going to prolong the issue, as opposed to really getting in front of the Board of Assessors and demanding their specific attention to it in response to us, as opposed to having another third party tell us something that's potentially could be higher, could not be higher, whatever. And then they're going to go through the process of responding to that again. And they are the Board of Assessors. They're ultimately going to set the values on these things. And I'd like to hear from them in terms of a clear response to these issues. And we can frame that up and have it be, and ask for a clear response on this stuff, and give us some specific examples of certain properties. And have them roll up the sleeves and do the work. I'd rather approach it that way than to go through another audit. That's my point.
Mr. Barrett?
Well, again, we can go back and forth all day long. I'm happy to, ask the county auditor to talk a little bit about the audit that was performed in 2019, but in fact, I don't know, you could probably just answer from there, but it's up to you. But correct me if I'm wrong, the audit that was performed at that time did not look at every single property. It was just a sampling, correct? Yeah. So it was a sampling of buildings, and then exactly what I was saying happened. People took a few of those particular buildings and said, well, that one doesn't count for this reason, and this one doesn't count for the other reason. That does not get at the whole picture. And then I would ask, Jessica, I don't know if Fran's still here somewhere, but to talk about, the Georgia Tech study, which definitely, this is, PhD professors of data analytics looking at this data and saying this is a genuine problem. There is clear data that shows there's a disparity here. And there is also clear data that shows that this disparity is in the appeals process predominantly. So, this is not about what the assessor is doing in making those original assessments, but it's in the laws that are restricting him from changing those assessments over time, and also the way the appeals process works. And we're trying to get a complete list here so that we can begin to take action. If you have another way to get a complete list on which we can take action and get the information on the appeals process, I'm all for it. This seems like a good way to do it for me, that it is an independent group looking at the data. There was also a different assessor in place when those other studies were done who had a different position on all of this and a different attitude about it. Mr. Conley, I believe, is very open to working with us. He provided the data to the Georgia Tech folks that asked for it. I've had conversations with him. I think he would like to see this get solved as much as anybody else. So, this is just the beginning of the request to have to do this IGA, and I think we owe it to ourselves to try this. Maybe I'm naive, and y'all have been here a long time, but maybe my newness at some level can benefit us because I have the energy to try to push this forward, and I'm willing to try to do what it takes to get it done, because the people are not satisfied when they see the data that's out there and when they see the information that's out there. And I brought this up in February. Nobody really jumped on it, and this is where we arrived in terms of the next step. If you have a better alternative that's going to really move the ball forward, I'm all for it.
Vice Chair Ellis?
My alternative would be to bring the tax assessor down here and say, we have data that says that you've underassessed commercial property to the tune of 30%. And if that's accurate, do you feel that's accurate? Yes or no? Yes, maybe, whatever. Okay, why is that? Do you need additional resources? Do you need a different way to do commercial property valuation assessment? Do you want to outsource it? Do you need to hire in other folks? Is the problem in the appeals process? And if so, what are the issues within it? And if we can't, can we get state law change and highlight what that specific state law is? And if it doesn't change, nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to likely change. You will likely continue to see this type of delta. That's my point. We've not heard from them specifically on these particular matters and whether or not any sort of different data points is going to change their behavior.
I move to hold it.
All right, there's a motion, substitute motion. Motion on the floor is to approve. Now there's a substitute motion by Commissioner Hall to hold. Is there a second to the motion to hold? Seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Now let's dispose of the motion to hold. We get back to the main motion.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
230465, as amended, request approval of resolution amending resolution 220546 to authorize the donation of $500,000 to the Atlanta Technical College Foundation, Inc., instead of the Atlanta Technical College.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. This is actually name change. The money will go, instead of going to Atlanta Technical College, it will go to the Atlanta Technical College Foundation. The money's already in place. Commissioner Arrington. Yeah. What did I say? Not name change, two different entities. Thank you, yeah.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to make sure this wasn't that other thing, so I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right, let's vote, please. Thank you for that. Yeah.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
230466, Human Resources Management, presentation of Fulton County's new mental health resiliency program.
All right, quickly, Mr. Thurman.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask you to hold that item until the next board meeting.
Thank you, sir. You're a great American. All right. Yeah, next item.
On page 11, 230467, discussion, open and transparent government, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne.
I was going to make a motion to hold as well.
You're another
due to
great
time.
American. Thank you, ma'am.
I want to be a great American.
All right. Next item.
Is 230468, discussion,
All right, motion to hold, next item. Anything else today?
No further
All right,
items.
no further matters to come before us today. We are adjourned. Take about a 5 or 10 minute break. We'll see you upstairs at 4, and I need 1 hour.
I'd like to know that I'm also a great American.
You are a great American. Yeah.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.